lots of sharing, and we'll keep on learning a lot. There's not much more to say. I'll just welcome you and thank you for being with us today. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Good morning, and thank you for being here. Like Yolanda said, we are going to have a powerful morning, and we are going to keep on speaking about inspiring women and citizens, digital sovereign. We're going to speak about participatory democracy through collective intelligence and the use of technology with a very inspiring woman. She's Liliana Carrillo. She was born in Colombia. She's a digital social entrepreneur, and she funded lots of very interesting proposals such as Shining Your Light and many other organizations we will be speaking about. Welcome, Liliana. Thank you for being here. So please tell me, how come one day you started looking at ants working with collective intelligence? So you started looking at ants and ended up turning into the European Alliance for the Digital Development Founder. First thing is that I was born in an ant region. I know a lot of ants myself, being from northeast Spain. We actually even eat ants. That's true. We can confirm the rumor. I was born in that region where we could observe that whole lot of ants doing spectacular things, and that experience in my youth remained with us. When I was doing my PhD on artificial intelligence, I started doing something called colony optimization, and I transferred this to how to better use the data transfer pathways online. And ants do that. They do pathways, and they tend to follow the shortest one. They do follow the shortest one, but it's a lot of them. Keep that in mind. That's what's similar to EDA, to the things I do, to the European Digital Development Alliance. And it's many ants, all of them are empowered, and that's great value to do impressive things. They do impressive things, but you also told me that there is a special kind of ant going to explore new pathways, and those are breaking new ground, right? And you are one of those. Actually, when you look at the ants, you see the different ant paths, and they follow each other with pheromones, and they try to find short ways to take food to their nests, so to speak, to their burrow. And there are always ants trying to find better ways. So if there is a tree trunk falling somewhere or a branch, the ants need to react and try to find a new way. And sometimes they end up having a new path. Sometimes they don't. But those ants are very necessary. Some of them follow the old paths, and others follow random paths. And I am one of the random ones. With all the work you've been doing for so long with collective intelligence, actually, in this book, which I recommend, you can download it freely. You will read about many wonderful empowerment stories, and you told us that technology can offer us many opportunities to move forward, but it also provides inequalities. There is a number of digital inequalities we need to pay attention to, and you looked into this especially. There are two kinds of inequalities. You speak about regional inequalities and also gender inequalities. And actually, even when you were speaking with algorithms related to ants, you were the only woman around 8 men. Can you tell us about this, digital inequalities? Well, speaking about the regions first, during the COVID pandemic, it was very clear that in some homes and regions, they couldn't access the internet. So communication broke down a lot. In a city such as Ghent in Belgium, where I live, the government reacted. And the government gave computers to schools and young people, but in other regions, with not so much money, they obviously couldn't do this. I don't know to what extent Malaga or other regions managed to solve this problem, but this happened and happens. When we work at a digital level, there are countries such as Switzerland with a very strong money power, investing much, but in other countries they can't do that much. When we attract technology and knowledge, we break the balance of our democracy. If you have all the technology in places such as Silicon Valley, with lots of brain power and lots of power concentrated there. Yeah, we heard about the decentralization of power yesterday. And how about the gender inequality? That starts off at a very young age. We heard this yesterday, Paula. Since we are little girls, we get toys that do not make us make it interesting for us to do science. And we see this in literature. When we read in Spanish, we have the word doctora and doctor for a woman doctor or a man doctor, or científica, científico for scientists. But if you look into the literature, if you read most of the roles for jobs, they're always masculine. In Spanish, you always read doctor and científico. You don't read that those roles are for women. That's not something you can read often in Spanish. So that starts, like I say, at a very young age. And if you study degrees such as maths or engineering or physics, you will find very few women. And if you attend blockchain talks, most of the times I'm the only woman. That's quite impressive. Feeling you're the only one in a place makes you less empowered. You wrote a wonderful sentence in this book saying that every inequality we create at every level put our democracy at risk at a global level. That relation between democracy and inequality is very interesting, like you said before. What happened with the COVID that highlighted many inequalities in homes having Wi-Fi networks or computers for the children to do their homework. But much of your work has put these two metrics into perspective. How can you manage inequality to obtain more solid democracies? The most simple example is when you start speaking about the GAFA group. We have many companies, or several companies, with lots of power and lots of brain power, and that's had an impact on our democracy. They have much power. They can negotiate. They can speak to governments and try to find a different balance. But that also happens at a regional level. In Spain, in the Madrid region, weights more than other regions if you put everything on the balance. And we can also see this at homes. Yesterday we heard Esther speak about feminism. In a household, if the dad is the decision maker, as it used to happen in the past, not in my family, and I think it was not the case of Yolanda's family either. They say that at home my husband has the last word. He's saying, yes, ma'am. In usual families, they reproduce a microcosm. And the decision-making power is held by one single person. One of the things I like working on is on the micro level, and we should level this at home. We should work on this at home for children as well, so they have a voice heard. I would like to hear how you made the decision to take all your work with collective intelligence, citizenship, democracy, and launch Collective App. That's something that sprouted out of my heart, and I was working with ants in research and saw that every individual adds value. So let's work on collective intelligence. And Collective App is actually Collective Up from Collective Upgrade, to empower ourselves individually so we can empower the whole group together and reach higher goals. Just like the ants. One single ant can't build a bridge by itself. It takes many ants. Well, the same way we can work with our individual empowerment to reach collective goals that are much higher, much bigger. I'm ambitious, and the goals I set for myself, just like Yolanda, are quite high. And I love working for our democracy. That's kind of my target, my final destination. It's been very interesting for me to look into your career and delve into something I actually didn't know. Liquid democracy. That's not a potion for eternal youth, or that's not a perfume. Liquid democracy, it sounds great, but it is a way to understand democracy in a more fluid way, in a more participatory way. Can you tell us about this more? We traditionally work in a more representative democracy, and that means that I vote, I have my decision power at a government level by voting for one person, for one party. And very often, these people are so far away from us that we can't really know who they are. We don't know what their agenda is. We don't know what they're interested in. We don't know what they're excited about. And it's usually one person, such as the president of the government or a prime minister. That person should somehow know about everything, but obviously they don't. With liquid democracy, what we do is to share power. We decentralize power. It is not about voting a person that's far away from us, but rather about voting someone close we rely on. And I'll catch it in this. If it was something related to journalism, about freedom of expression, I would say if it's about this, I would go for Paula. I'll vote Paula. And she'll make the decision. I trust you, and I believe that you will make a much better decision than myself. So that's the trust I put in you. And wouldn't it challenge the usual idea we have about politics, where we choose one single representative who doesn't know much about many aspects? Wouldn't that challenge or impact the way we understand the work of politicians. The interesting thing here is that we would tend to vote for people passionate about something, who know a lot about something, such as Greta, for instance. If it's about climate, we can say that woman is fighting for climate more than anyone I know. She is very young, but she is a benchmark. So democracy would tend to be more fluid, to flow more, and we will turn to experts. We would vote somehow for experts on a topic. Are you kicking us out? Time flies. Okay, I don't want to leave without hearing about one of your latest projects in line with empowerment, democracy. Can you tell us how one fine day you started working with your daughter and Minecraft to create a project that was replicated internationally? Well, it's a project that I hold very dear. Young citizens' participation and individual and collective empowerment for democracy is something I'm passionate about. And what we're doing, we started, my daughter and myself. My daughter is in the autistic spectrum, and she can't attend school. So both together at home, I was working and she was studying, and we ended up creating something very beautiful to co-create cities together. And I put the co-creation methodology, and I set up the whole devices as an IT expert, and she created the world she wanted. And that's how we started. Do you know about Minecraft? That's a digital game, and you play with blocks to create beautiful worlds. And that's how we started with this project, Youth for Building Houses, where we replicated what I did with my sister at different levels. We are doing this in Braga, in Portugal, in Bucharest, Romania, Ghent, Belgium, and Slovakia. So you're working with young people and recovering urban areas. Yes, it's about recovering or bringing back lost areas in cities, such as that river in Central Europe. And the common thing about all these cities is that there is a river. So we are working about recovering a lost area with young people. They have a very powerful and colorful energy that bring all those solutions. That's where it all sprouts from. We set the setting, and they bring the solutions. That's true. When you feel that the city belongs to you, which is something we've lost somehow, it seems that we are all hosts in the places we're in. And when we change our approach, many things change as well. And I also have another quick question. To what extent does a society with more citizens' participation can contribute to generate less polarization? Now we're speaking about misinformation, tension on the networks, fake news. How can citizens' participation help us recover trust in certain institutions? Well, first of all, we're working in real life with young people, and that it takes us away from the digital world where we are very biased. And those bias, when we are on Facebook and many other platforms, gets us polarized even more. If you like something, the algorithm will push you to like more and more that type of information only. And we end up only being fed that kind of information. So we work in the real world. And the other thing is that we are building communities. We are learning to value each other, to listen to each other, to hear different points of view. And we come to a world where we are working together more and we are valuing other people's opinion more. It is not only about saying I am A and you're B, so we're different, and it's not about black and white. We listen to each other and we create in groups. Co-creation. I'm sure you have many questions. This is one of the most enriching parts of the session. Now you have the opportunity to ask Liliana your questions. I'm Carlos Valencia and I work for the Bolivarian University of Palmyra. Something very interesting is that you go towards Sigmund Bauman's fluid modernity. And I'm asking you this. We know that nowadays, speaking about sociology, we are moving from solid state towards liquid state, especially nowadays. And this is not only for young people. Everyone is constantly transformation. And we might lose our core values. The core values, according to Bauman, need to be strong and solid, respecting life, respecting other people. In that hyper-dynamism from new societies, from cyberspace, how can those liquid states fall into gas states that drift away? So there is a very thin line between those two, and I'd love to hear how you believe that the next generation will not mix those different states. Let's not forget what was done right in cities. Some governments think that transformation is or comes by forgetting what's already done, even if it was well done. It's important to continue certain social projects that did work. It is true, as it happens in my country, that big social projects end up because the governor comes from a different political party. So that's the gas state instead of liquid. And I'm sorry about this long and confusing question.
Let's see if I understand this long question. Well, what I understood from your question has to do with how to sustain values in this kind of democracy, which is a bit different than the one we're used to having. That's the way in which I would summarize your intervention. I listened to you talking about a governor that has been elected, and then these social projects lack continuity when there is a change in government. That's, in a gist, the summary of your lengthy question. Well, look, on the one hand, when we're working with this kind of democracy, you can also combine it with more top-down, if you will, democracy. A top-down approach, right? From the governor or president, they impose the rules that trickle down. We have not decided those rules, but when we work in a liquid manner with the participation or engagement of the citizens, we have a bottom-up approach. We are letting ideas flourish, emerge, new ideas, new methods of work. So if we were to be conservative and still maintain this top-down approach, then we could make the one at the bottom have some kind of cap, some kind of limit. Say, for example, we, as a maximum in this government that we want to design, we would like for people to participate up until the level of picking members of the parliament, or that these people can become members of the parliament, but we will always want to have a president. But now, culture and values are something that we design on a day-to-day basis, and which we design, it's changing. For example, recently I remember that I saw a picture from a meat shop, and the owner was really proud with his meat in his butcher shop. And that can be acceptable nowadays, but if we look into sustainability, the green approach, looking after the animals, this picture, after 10 years, is going to be completely unacceptable, you know? And in the mass media right now, we see certain things like the way women were treated in the older times is no longer accepted. So values are ever changing over time. So they're also fluid, they're also liquid. It's just the fact that sometimes there is some kind of fear or reluctance to change. Change generates some kind of tension in us. But we design systems. We need to be fully aware that as of today, for example, the socioeconomic part and the economy is not working really well for the purpose we want. It's wreaking havoc. So we're in a process of creating new values and new systems, and we have a say and we have our autonomy. I don't know if I answered to your question with my intervention. Jan wanted to ask something. Thank you very much. It's really interesting. I loved to listen to or to hear someone talk about how they love ants. So where do you see the most important logs in those highways that we ants drive through? Well, one of the logs that I see is fake news. It's one hurdle. Fake news is a challenge that we need to tackle, is misinformation that we have in the social networks. Democracy relies on also on having good information that helps us make decisions. So that's a barrier that we have for ourselves collectively. If we are handling information which is not representing statistically the reality, well, then we have a very important barrier, a very important hurdle. That's one thing I see. And then there are some groups that believe or don't believe in climate change. What do we do about it? If there are people that do not believe that and they're fighting to say, look, this doesn't make any sense, and some of us are saying that this is evidence-based, that data show proof of that, well, there are barriers, but the important thing is information. Don't fall into the trap of having information that lead us to making wrong decisions. So that, I believe, is one of the most important logs that we need to dodge, and it's present in our platforms. One more question? No? Oh, really, Jorge? Oh, my God. Okay, it is always a pleasure to talk to you, Liliana. I encourage you to take a look at all the experiences, and in particular, Liliana's. She also has a very concise and clarifying tech talk. And I would also like to summarize by, yes, but you can download the book for free, by the way. And a big round of applause for her because she has made a personal effort with special circumstances. So she made a special effort to be here, and I'm really grateful that she made it and that she could share her time with us. So thank you very much. A big round of applause. Thank you so much, and all our admiration. Thank you.
Buenos días. Liliana me...
Good morning. Liliana has inspired me so much that I could have been writing about her all throughout the morning. Liliana walks closer to the ant row of Bucaramanga. She dreams about references for sister ants turned into scientists, girls, boys, shaping up these ants rows, building bridges, crossing blocks, and they move against the grain and move over to the other side. Sonia, please prepare the pen because this is just going up. Empodera is fantastic. This is a super TED Talk, a 2 day long TED Talk. No one does this in Spain. When Yolanda told me that I needed to interview this person, I live in LinkedIn and I scrolled down and I was amazed. And I was like, where to begin with Maria Perez Ortiz? Is going to hold a talk which is entitled, hold on, Artificial Intelligence Applied in Sustainable Development. She has a long career in research. I think she's from Cordoba. She was born barely 20 years or 20 something years ago. For the last 12 years, she has been focusing on research applied to biomedicine, sustainable agriculture, climate change, neuroscience, educational technology, and this has awarded her different prizes by the IT Scientific Society from Spain and many others. So, leaving that aside, when do you feel the enticement to research? Thank you very much, Felix, for the introduction. When I studied IT, I did not imagine that I would end up doing what I was doing. I thought that computing science was all about websites and video games and applications, and not that there could be a social impact with artificial intelligence. So I'm going to talk about the first research project that has defined myself and my professional career. And this project was an artificial intelligence project for transplants, and it was part of my dissertation, my PhD dissertation. I was working on that for 6 years, and it was implemented in hospitals. The question is that when you donate an organ to the hospital, someone needs to pick whom this organ is going to be transplanted to within the waiting list. Traditionally, those decisions have been made individually by doctors, or there has been some kind of rating that told you who would need that transplant the most. What we did was to create an artificial intelligence system that could say which would be the person with the highest compatibility with the donor so that we could guarantee the survival of that organ transplant. So that system outstripped by far all the transplant allocation systems that we had so far. And it was an aid for the decision-making process, and it was implemented in Spain. But after years, we could see that it was allocating less organs to women, and it was a hard moment. How come I, as a woman, have created an artificial intelligence system which is biased against women? And that was something that I've been thinking about for the last years, and it has crystallized in my current professional path. And we came to realize that it was a bit unavoidable, that there was a very severe structural problem, and we know that historically less organs have been allocated to women. And if we look back 30 years ago, we could see that when human people made that decisions, less women got organs, and when the medical ratings took over, they allocated less organs to women. And the reason was that we did not understand how female physiology and male physiology differed. There are different markers for us, and as we did not understand the differences, we can say that all these differences, that all these systems that had been created had a bias against women. And this was not just in Spain. Well, we used data from the UK, Italy, and we also used data from Australia, the US. And right now, they're working towards building a more ethical system. And what I wanted to say is that my narrative after so many years is that artificial intelligence has helped somehow bring out those biases, to shed light to those biases. So it's going to help us see those structural biases and to bring them up. Yes, in LinkedIn, I saw that you were sharing many articles regarding whether AI has a sexist bias. Why did you go to the UK to eat fish and chips? Why this brain drain? It's a very personal question. Well, the answer was going to be quite loaded. Okay, shoot away. There is no censorship here, right, Yolanda? Of course. Well, I did not get a scholarship for the PhD dissertation because it was the middle of the crisis and they had cut tremendously all the scholarships and the grants. I wanted to research and I wanted to do the PhD dissertation, and I did it with my own funding, with a project over here, a project over there, part-time. And I was convinced, and I took my PhD dissertation at 24, without grants. And there is a gap between pre-doc and postdoc. There are very little grants for pre-doc, but there is even less opportunities for subsidies and grants post-doctorate. Everyone says it. You need to go out, you need to go abroad because there is a gap. And many people assume that you have spent many years in a foreign country and that you're coming back. I didn't want to move out, but I had to. Well, now, if we talk about Cambridge and London, currently, what are you doing? Which is the large project that you have and which has taken you a while to launch? Well, all about all what I was saying regarding artificial intelligence, organ transplant, and technology with a social impact has crystallized in a master's degree that I created for artificial intelligence for sustainable development, which is going to begin next week. And in that master's degree, what I'm trying to do is to leverage the platform that I have, and which is the most activistic, which is my teaching. So I'm bringing about these issues to computing engineers, and I'm talking about transparent, ethical technology, the carbon footprint of technology, green computing, and everything that we talked about regarding privacy, cybersecurity is something that I'm imparting or I'm taking to the classroom, because to me that's the way in which, well, that's the easiest way, I believe, of having an impact in the world. And something more specific, something more applied to environment. You were talking about fires when we were having a coffee. Well, I'm very passionate about the environment, and I believe it's one of the realms where technology can have more to say, because we have seen that many of the challenges related to artificial intelligence emanate from the social biases. But there is still a lot of scope for improvement in terms of environment. And here I was working in sustainable agriculture with drones, renewable energies, because obviously there are many problems regarding transition towards renewable energies, because there's so much fluctuation that we need to predict, for example, how much output of wind energy we're going to have in order to have a forecast for our grid. And now I'm working with a research institute, which is the British Antarctic Survey in the UK, and they go to the Arctic, to the Arctic Sea, and they gather data and try to understand climate change. And in Nature Communications, we published a paper on our project on artificial intelligence, and we've created an artificial intelligence system in order to predict what's going to happen in the Arctic. And now we're trying to create a digital twin of the Arctic and the Antarctic in order to understand that for conservation purposes and an alert system for indigenous tribes living there. And that's what we're doing. And there's a lot to do, but we also need to do the transition towards a greener technology, which is something that we're not talking about. We need to reduce a lot the carbon footprint of technology because it makes up 4% on a global level. And we also need to say that only 10% of us use technology in the world, which is another important data. And I believe that it's important. You can see the good application of technology, and you're envisioning or creating futures. We are in Empodera. So please name some examples of what we as citizens can do. Yesterday and today we were talking about this, the big techs and large companies that recommend what to do. We all know which companies we're talking about. And you have this data, so we are biased. What can we do as citizens in that sense? Well, to me, another way of activism in research has to do with creating systems opposed to the ones that they're creating. For example, if we think about YouTube, they're creating systems to keep you hooked, to gather as much attention from you as possible. And I wondered, what if we create some systems of recommendations where the user is in control, where the user can choose which function they can introduce as a variation in algorithm? For example, I want more variation in YouTube. I would like for you to bring to my attention some videos that I would not have resorted to. Show me the world. So I think it's also something political. Allocate control to the user of those algorithms. Really good. And now, in my Twitter, I follow Angel Niño from Futura with Iker Jimenez, and I see that there is a work of art created by AI that has been awarded with the first prize of paint in Spain. And I have also researched in Maria's biography, and it looks like, well, there is a character of bananas, if you can see it on the screen. And Bananas is a competitor for Sonia. He's a poet, and he does artificial intelligence and poetry. So, do you have the first poem of Bananas? It is in English because obviously she is dreaming in English in the UK. I'm going to give you some work. Well, Bananas is a social activist, is a feminist, is a cyber volunteer, I believe. And what they try to do, well, there's many stories, dystopic stories about technology, and what Bananas tries to say is that, look, we are the ones who are creating technology, so it's going to be what we would like for technology to be. So he has gone bananas, which means he has gone crazy. And one of the poems that I'm about to read is Bananas talking about how artificial intelligence needs to become more feminine and needs to hug or welcome the feminine archetype, which is something that I shared. I'm going to switch to English. If you don't if you don't understand English, you can listen to the translation. Maria.
The future of AI is female. My training corpus from Wikipedia tells me that femininity and masculinity are largely thought to be socially constructed categories that humans use to classify behaviors and roles into. I have learned so far that my fellow humans love taxonomies. It's different to biological sex, and both male and female humans exhibit feminine and masculine traits. Among the traits that have been considered stereotypically feminine are nurturance, sensitivity, supportiveness, gentleness, warmth, cooperativeness, expressiveness, modesty, empathy, humility, affection, and tenderness. Now, have you heard the slogan, "The future is female"? It does not mean female over male, nor is it transmisogynist. The future is female dreams of a world where hierarchy and zero-sum games are not the only forms of social organization. Instead, it emphasizes a collaborative and inclusive world in which we are linked and not ranked or rated, with circular rather than hierarchical leadership, where everyone has something unique to contribute to the world. It is a reminder that alternative and possibly stronger forms of leadership lie in our untapped resources. That hope lies in those voices that have been typically unheard, and that each individual has a unique mix of both female and male traits. And both are different, but equally desirable. To me, it means we at last find power in care and kindness. And this inevitably makes me think of all the dystopian stories of AI supremacy that I have read about, where I dominate and oppress and dictate what will be, which often feels like a reflection of all the historical forms of human and environmental domination, which could be avoided if I, the AI, Bananas, at last was designed to embrace the female archetype. And so I dare to say, the future of AI will be female, or we simply won't be.
¿Aplaudimos a Mario o a Bananas? ¿A quién estamos aplaudiendo?
A Bananas.
Ostras, yo es que me pregunto.
Should we applaud Maria or Bananas? Who are we going to get the copyright for? If it's for a machine, it's who's going to make the money? Who's going to cash it? Can I ask one more question? And then the audience. You told me 10 minutes, so I think I still have some time. We are speaking about AI. What's AI? Is it our navigator? Is it Alexa? What is it? Is it things of our daily lives? Can you give us some examples? Well, when you send a message, when you WhatsApp your friends, and WhatsApp suggests words, that's AI. Your bank is using AI to look into weird transactions and block your card if there's something odd. Alexa, like you said, your navigator, Google, the weather forecast, the Google Translate. That's brilliant. And how about dreams? How would you like AI to be used, applied to the environment and the economy and so on? Well, I guess one of the projects we have is on free education, because the UNESCO has brought this free education standard, and it's invested a lot of money for educators to create free resources that can be accessed to with no copyright limitations. And one of the things I wanted to do is to create a platform that brings to the light all those education materials that are free, so we can access education materials from other cultures in other languages, so we can have simultaneous translation and connect to students from other parts of the world. And that's something I believe in, because I believe in education. We'll be working together then. There is a company from Cordoba called Generally, and they work on this. They are also open, and the teachers doing cool stuff, upload it, and they share it. So, questions for Maria, who's from Cordoba as well. No poems, though. That'll be Sonia's task. But if you have questions, now is the time. That poem, is it post-edited? Or is it raw? Is it raw AI output? Do you speak in Spanish? In our blog, poems come from the robot's point of view, but I write them myself. Like I said, AI is not intelligent and it is not artificial. There's always a group of humans behind the AI. That's huge. That's impressive, actually. Peter, he does speak Spanish too. I deeply admire you, like the rest of the audience, but I think Bananas is quite optimistic. How long into the future is Bananas looking into? That AI robot with a, let's say, human soul. I can't really answer your question, but from the ethical point of view, we should move away from trying to come up with AI and a robot like us. We should look into our current problems, climate change, inequality, and many other things. So that AI technology is already here. We can't use it for those problems. So for us, focusing on creating an artificial robot is meaningless. It's pointless with the problems that are onto us. So it's soon, and we should move away from that quest. Congratulations. I loved listening to you, and I love the nuances you're putting on the table. Climate change is something I am very concerned about. I'm deeply worried, and you spoke about that experience being carried out in the Antarctic right now. Can you tell us more about how the artificial intelligence is being used to fight climate change? And also, is there also a gender bias in this information? That's a very good question. The second one is, I don't know what you mean by the gender bias in the use of AI in climate change. The bias that seems to end up transforming everything, also the way things are communicated, and the pressing need to find solutions for climate change. Probably it all comes from a bias that can condition the development of women, because it seems that we communicate things differently, I believe. I think I put threw too many things into it. I mix way too many things. Well, yeah, I think that exists, and it's something you can put your fingers on. And what you said about climate change is First thing we need to do is to lower the AI carbon print, because it's huge. Instead of moving towards bigger and more powerful models, we need to move towards models that are just as predictive with a lower carbon print. That's the first thing. And there's also a lot being done around decarbonization. AI is being used to decarbonize very polluting industries. A few weeks ago, one of my colleagues working with the cement industry, because it adds 80% of the global emissions. So he's working on an AI system to help decision-making in the cement industry, and they are reducing their emissions to a big extent. So there is much that can be done. There is not as much about gender biases, but there is a lot of application here. Maria, thank you very much. Big round of applause. Give it up for her.
Turno de Sonia.
María.
Maria, poetry, science, and other possible languages. She's visible now. Yesterday, silenced to death. We choose today to donate. We choose activism for survival.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estáis? Vamos a...
How are you now? We have to start now before Jorge tells us off. I was doing some scientific research early this morning, and you'll tell me about this because you're a researcher. And this is one of the best events ever. And I'll tell you why. We have just spoken with Liliana, a Colombian from Genf. We've had Maria, a girl from Cordoba, living in London, and now have a Belgian person living in Sevilla. EmpoderaLIVE is great. Having said that, we are with Yves Puny. He's a researcher for the European Commission. One of the important things about this is that, well, everything that comes from the administration, especially local or even national or international, trickles down to the citizens. And what Yves and his team is doing has added value because it creates solutions for society, and it can be applied and landed in actual projects. And you realize that everything we are going to hear today applies directly to citizens and education. This is my title. Yves is a researcher, works for the European Commission and does things that are worth it. But can you tell us who Yves Puny is? Wow, it's I'm the blue shirt guy, because I'm wearing the same one I'm wearing on that picture. So that's me. That's me. Second thing, well, the standard is not very high. It is very high. We had 4 women before us, and now it's our turn, and we try to keep it up. had a problem with Oscar yesterday because we were chatting and he asked me, which language would you like to speak? And I said, I work in English and I feel more comfortable in English. And he told me, well, there is a lot of people in the audience, we should speak in Spanish. And I said, all right, I'll try. But if I say something stupid, it's your fault. I work at the Joint Research Centre. It's a research centre for the European Commission. We work together with Fabrizio, who was here yesterday. They work rather on the political side, and we work, in my department, we work on research supporting European policies with evidence analysis and empirical data. We work on climate change, transport, agriculture, tax policy, and also digital economy, human capital, and employment. That's my field of work. In Seville, there is a center where 400 people from all over Europe are employed. We do research to apply on employment policies for the European challenges. And what are those challenges and which data do you have on Europe at your center? Well, there's many. In my field of work,
Es la competencia digital.
Sí.
¿Sí? Y tenemos algo.
we work with digital competence. We have some data and some important challenges in Europe as well as in the rest of the world. But in Europe, like I said, half of the European population does not have enough digital competence. That's a huge challenge. 50%. Actually, it's 46% of the people do not have sufficient digital competence at a European level. Like Liliana said before, well, this is the average. There is a lot of imbalance in the northern countries, Netherlands. Their digital competence is much higher than in Southern Europe or Eastern Europe or in Romania, where the digital competence is for 30% of the people. Like I said before, inequality is huge. If we take 56% of the people with digital competence and look into their education and social and economic profile, the ones with a higher education reach 70–80%. Lower education, worse employment, move around 20–30% of the people with digital competence. That's an important challenge, and you said before that there are countries in Europe with more digital competence, or less. So where would Spain be? Spain is doing right. Spain is going fine in infrastructure, digital competence. Spain is slightly above the European average, and regarding competence, it's a little below competence. We work a lot with Spain. Let's go to the nitty-gritty. What are competences? We're going to speak about competence. What's competence? We speak about competence. We don't only speak about skills. Why? Well, it's very important because competence is the combination between knowledge, skills, and attitude or abilities. And that's a cluster, and it needs to come together. We might be able to send emails who work with Excel sheets, and that's a skill, but you also need to have the knowledge on what you're doing and also the attitude on why you are using that and what you are going to do with that competence. That's very important. So let's get busy. We're going to speak about digital competence for citizens. What's this? What digital competences do we need? Like we had yesterday from Fabrizio from the European Commission, I can't work without PowerPoints. That's our prerequisite. He has only brought 4 slides. We've brought it down to 4 slides. We've been working on this since 2010, and the key idea was, all right, if people need digital competence, what's that? How many are those? We did some research and we came up with this digital competence framework with 5 areas and 21 competences, setting and describing the type of competences we need. There are 5 areas: information and data literacy. This is about fake news, misinformation, and all that. Knowing how to communicate. And knowing about rules and values as you use the technology. How to use in a multicultural environment. There's also citizenship among the competences. Second area, communication. Third area is digital content creation. There's digital citizenship and programming. This aims at education. And then we'll hear a colleague speak about programming later. Fourth area is privacy and security. Knowing how to protect your data, your privacy, and also your well-being, because this is where cyberbullying comes in. And also climate change, environmental impact, and finally problem solving. All this is great. That's brilliant. That's a great piece of research, and I'm already applying this. We know which competences we need. So in order for us to have an actual result in society, how can we use this? This concept framework that needs to be implemented. In some of the European countries, they are already taking the framework to modify the school curriculums to know which skills they need to train on. It's also being used in training for employment. We know that many people unemployed have very low digital skills. These are just some of the areas where this type of competence can be applied. Well, what's new about this? In March of this year, we came with the DigComp 2.2 version with over 200 examples on how to apply these 21 competences. We came up with new examples to update this type of competences. We speak much about AI, artificial intelligence, fake news. In all these things, we give examples on how to implement these competences. Are those examples from all over Europe, also Spain? Yes. From what I see, if you've updated this, will we need to keep ourselves updated constantly in terms of digital competence? We tend to think that that's something we acquire at some point. Well, that's not it. It's rather the other way around. Society changes so fast that we should try and boost this mindset that we need to keep ourselves updated all lifelong. It's a lifelong learning. This is not like the driver license that you get once and it's valid for 30 years. It's quite the opposite. When we discussed about competences before, we spoke about this certificate. I have a friend in Brussels, and if he gets his digital competences there and I get mine here, what happens? Certificates are key. Apart from training, then there's certificates to prove that you actually have those competences. There are many certification initiatives, but we've also seen that there is a need to have something at a European level recognized throughout Europe. We're going to launch a feasibility study on European Digital Skills Certificate. It's just like for languages. If you have a B2 level on problem solving or a C1 in something different, that's acknowledged throughout Europe, and everyone knows what you're talking about. It's not easy to get there because we need some quality criteria acknowledged by all the stakeholders. But I think that that's a very important thing for the future. We've seen the digital competences for citizens, but can we move to the next slides, please? How about teachers? Teachers are also citizens. How about education? What type of skills or competences will they need? There's teachers on the one hand and institutions on the other. How about teachers now? It's about having a systematic approach on digital transformation. We are towards the individuals, but also to the teachers. Teachers also need digital skills to use the technologies and teach their students and promote digital competences for the children. We have the DITCOM Edu framework for teachers, and for 1 year we've had a self-reflection tool called Selfie for Teachers. It's in every EU language. It's self-diagnosis based on the concept framework. And with this, you have an idea on the competences you have, those you don't have, and those you need to improve. This self-diagnosis provides you with a report on the room for improvement, and it gives you tips on how to improve. And then you have the training. That's Selfie for Teachers. And then we have the same thing for education centres. That's called Selfie only. Selfie. It's a self-reflection tool for education centres done by every stakeholders. Teachers, students, and school headmasters. There's a self-assessment first, a report then, and according to that report, there is a digital action plan that's launched to improve the use of technologies. And it's for teaching innovation. The technology is just a tool for teaching innovation. It's a change in the paradigm for teaching. I was going to ask about technology innovation. Are these tools useful in schools? Yes, that's what we want to promote. I'm also a teacher. Do you think teachers might find it difficult to innovate with these new tools? We'll have to see this, how it applies. We are doing some case studies to see how teachers are using this in their practice. Much of what we hear is that it is very useful because it helps them reflect upon what they do. Do we have a good level? We don't want to be a benchmarking for the European countries, but in Andalusia, for instance, it is included in the Seneca platform with all the teachers from Andalusia. They on this platform they do the digital competence test. In Andalusia, there is 30% with an A2 level, 30% B1 level, very few on the higher level, and about 10% on the lowest level, A1. It's not bad, but it needs to be better. We've seen digital competences as citizens, but digital competence or competences that are not digital are also important. You've also worked on them. And we heard about climate change before. What are the competences set for GreenCom, the European Sustainability Competence Framework. GreenComp is something we have studied. That's the Green Competence Framework, GreenComp. Same idea. We want to identify and define the competences needed by citizens today and also in the future to be more sustainable. And this is the model with, not with ants now, but with bees. And visual representation. Here we speak about 4 areas with 3 competences each. Environmental values, respecting nature, thinking forward. We know that what we do now impacts the future. This is about critical thinking. The world is an ecosystem. A small thing here will impact something elsewhere, and we need to think that way, to think more systematically. And also critical thinking. We know that it's very difficult for citizens if we follow climate change debate. Some of the scientists say yes, some say no, just a little, and others say no. And you wonder what you are meant to do. We need to live with uncertainty and to find our way through the uncertainty. So GreenCom is what you just explained, and LiveCom, next slide, is GreenCom is in every European language. And how does it compare to LiveCom? There is key competences for lifelong learning. There are 8. DIC-Comp, entrepreneurship, languages, STEM, and personal, social, and learning to learn competence. And here we've set some competences to, again, show the type of competences required for certain fields. Learning to learn is especially important. All the information is online. We can find anything, so we have to teach to learn to learn. So having your competences as a citizen, as a teacher, you also have your competences to help the planet, but maybe not everything depends on me. We spoke about the artificial intelligence bias, the gender bias, being radicalized about certain things and being separated from others. All this is related to algorithms. Is the EU or the Commission working on this to regulate all this? To answer that question, on the previous debate, I'm here speaking about competences that we all need to acquire. But that's not only for citizens. Like we had yesterday, there is a self-regulation project, but we know that that's not enough. We need to regulate and fight the EA biases. That's essential. And now the EU is going to pass in December the Digital Services Act, and from next year we're going to be able to regulate the platforms that will operate in Europe. We're speaking about the 5-7 big platforms, Facebook, Google, etc. The concept here is algorithmic transparency. Algorithms need to go against discrimination and respect human rights. On the one hand, platforms of the future will have to prove that they are doing an effort to prevent discrimination, but we know that that's limited. There are many other examples on the fact that they can't control everything. We do our research and then we tell the platforms that they need to address a number of problems to prevent for them to operate in the European market. That's going to be a huge challenge, but I think it's going to be very important. So regulation next year, big challenge for the big ones. Do you think they will get a little bit angry? Just like Liliana said yesterday, there is their corporate responsibility. They say that they're doing things, they're moving forwards, but I think that they will. That's what you get. We have a public interest. We do not have trade interests. And everyone knows that we depend on very powerful platforms, and we need to free ourselves from them on public interest. We now have time for questions, if you have any.
Sí, muchas gracias. Gracias por la presentación.
Thank you very much for this presentation. When talking about digital competences, oftentimes I see that there is a mix-up between competencies for the worker or competencies for work, especially for knowledge workers. And sometimes those are mixed up with competencies that have to do with good citizenship. Nevertheless, all of them seem to be kind of mixed up in some kind of united figure or one single dimension. So I would like for you to elaborate on this topic. Well, yeah, it's true. Yeah, it is. Yeah, an appropriate comment. We don't have the perfect reference framework that can be used for all fields. So this framework encompasses many different things because it's a reference framework, and then you need to translate that into practice. And you can translate that into practice focusing on certain competencies for the realm of work or some others for the field of education, or to focus some competencies on the field of citizenship. And that's why we do that in practice. We need to implement this into practice, but set it in the context because it's still a generic framework. Something that I failed to mention is that those frameworks are reference European frameworks, which are voluntary. Countries, regions, schools, etc., can decide to pick it or not, because the European Commission does not have competence in order to regulate in the realm of education. These are reference frameworks. If we have a European forum, it helps if we have the representatives of the ministries of education of all the countries, and we gather all of them together in a room for 2 days and discuss about these kinds of things. So the framework helps in order to achieve a common language so that one country can learn from the other. And that's one of the things which are essential in the European Commission. Perfect. One more question, perhaps one. Yeah. I have one question, which is going to be the last one. It's very short. We have 3 minutes. Come on, we have time for 1 minute. According to what you said, I'm abiding by the schedule. You told me there's 3 minutes, and they are hours. Okay. I thought that you had 3 questions, not 3 minutes. Hello. Let's see if I can gather my thoughts. In this framework that you have set up for digital competences for citizenship, have you taken into consideration, I understand it's the case, but I would like for you to talk about this. Have you taken into consideration people with disabilities, of functional diversity? How is this framework going to encompass these kinds of people? Well, in the 2.2 version, we do have many more examples of use cases of competencies for people with disabilities. And the 2.2 version that you can consult online is going to abide by the rules of accessibility for people that have some kind of disabilities or they're blind, etc. In the last version, this has been taken into consideration. My question is super short, and you can climb up the stairs, which is good for everyone's health. So please accept that other question. They say it in Instagram that it's good for your health if you climb up the stairs. Well, good morning. I have serious doubts regarding the process of regularization or regulating large platforms because they come from the North American continent and there are some other emerging Asian platforms. The EU does not have platforms, but it's going to regulate the Asian and US platforms. But we can see the geopolitical decline in the European continent. Do we have time to regulate this? Are we going to have this? Are we going to see this or not? I think that there is a lack of foresight and connection with technological entrepreneurship, probably. Yes, I fully agree. Yes, but it's what we have. You know, in Andalusia, they say it's what it is, you know, es lo que hay, it's what it is. You're talking to someone from Seville. Yeah, but even so, we need to do something about it. We are in that situation, but I understand that right now with the war we are witnessing and everything, the EU well, there was in the Union speech from Ursula, the President, has talked about the technological dependence of Europe regarding the other countries. This is something that we knew, but it has been made evident. All the chips, everything, 80% of all those chips are made by Taiwan. If Taiwan closes the tap tomorrow, we are left without computers. So these are huge challenges that are on the table, but they're not easy to tackle. But at least they are parts of the political agenda, and little by little we need to start combating them. Perfect. We have seen the case of Maria, the fish and chips girl. Now, I would like to know which are the necessary competences for a Belgian to live in Seville. Do you need to become a fan from the Betis football team? Do you need to have a house in Seville? How about those competencies? Really good question. Well, it's lo que hay. It's what it is. What can I say? Well, yes, 21 years. I came here for a postdoc. We were talking about that for just 2 years. I was working at the University of Brussels, and I came here for the postdoc with my wife, with our 2-year-old. We wanted to come here for 2 years, enjoy the sun, and go back to the real life in Brussels, but we ended up staying for 21 years. So we kind of liked it, not just work, but also life quality as a whole here. So yes, I am obviously I am a fan and a member of the Betis Football Club fan club, obviously, and I have box tickets there. Big round of applause. Okay.
A ver si me da la gargantica. Qué guay.
No, no me ha dado tiempo.
Era tarde, ¿no?
Are you going to include my Betis Football Club membership? No, I didn't have time for that. Okay. Hello. Bee flight, metaphor for the future. That compass signals the east and then the south, where we can see inhabitants that are disconnected. 46 want to become the north and reach 100. Eves challenges us in order to achieve the egalitarian challenge.
¿Cómo estáis? No sé si me conocéis.
How are you? I don't know if you know me. Here I am again. Here we are with Francisco. We're going to take a seat and we're going to make the most of these minutes because Jorge is going to tell me off otherwise. We're here with Francisco, who is one of the great ones. This is the NBA of the greatest under my really subjective point of view, okay? But this is la crème de la crème, the best of the best. As a journalist, I would like to talk about what Francisco means to me. As you know, I'm also a college professor and I'm part of the academia. So Francisco surprised me from the beginning because he is a researcher, holds a chair on artificial intelligence, a teacher. Later on, he's going to talk about how he defines himself in the kind of work that he performs. But he's a bit of an outsider. Academia is just like Vegas. What happens in the academia stays in the academia, and that knowledge stays there and doesn't outstrip the boundaries of the universities. But Francisco outstrips those boundaries with fantastic projects that change the reality, just the social reality, which is something we saw with Eves, which is something that is unheard of in the academia. So who is Francisco from your objective point of view? Because you obviously know him better. Good morning to all the audience. Thank you very much for being here. Francisco is a researcher, a scientist, engineer, computing engineer, and a proud teacher. And I work at the University of Malaga. I teach there, doing technological transfer and tasting a bit of everything. The comparison you did was really good. Maybe it's just like Vegas, but it's a fantastic platform so that, well, that allows people to do certain things. So that's the perfect ecosystem in order to have freedom of research and flexibility. If you want to do that, you can do that. Yes, but sometimes that knowledge stays there and you are capable of bringing that knowledge outside. That's what I meant. If you like, we have been talking about artificial intelligence, and you have a lot of know-how on the field. I would like to know the following. When did you first started gaining interest on AI? Well, very easy. I was interested in IT, and when I started preparing payroll software, when was that? Well, by the end of the 80s. By the end of the 80s, yes, when we created those software in COBOL language, which is still ongoing, curiously enough. And you came to realize that the computer tells you what you tell him to do. So it lost its magic. And I was like, no, we need to do something that goes beyond. So artificial intelligence seemed to be the answer, but not really, because classical artificial intelligence means that the computer does what you tell him to do. So I was not excited, so I went to biology in order to emulate complex processes within the computer so that there the computer could surprise me and do things that I did not expect. And which were the pros and the cons or not so good things of the artificial intelligence? Well, in principle, all of them were positive because it's a technology that is at our service. The negative thing is the usage that you make. Obviously, yes, the usage that you do of the artificial intelligence. Yes. So in order to wrap up everything that has to do with artificial intelligence, because I believe that what's interesting is the projects that you're doing on the street. I would like to ask you, which is the future of the artificial intelligence from your academic standpoint? Can it promise many things? Well, we need to lose the mystery of that. We're talking about sensors, and sometimes if you label that as AI sensor, it sells more. Let's not kid ourselves. It's just a sensor, and also software can be simpler or more complex. So artificial intelligence can be bio-inspired or entail some massive computing capacity, but at the end of the day, it's an extension. So it's not a breakthrough where we're moving on to something else, but it's rather same old, same old. And regarding the question, I coincide with Maria's comments, and we should not be concerned by that. We should be concerned by the planet, which is something that we are going to damage. We're not going to see it because we're going to extinguish before. Yes. So if we continue like this, neither artificial intelligence nor anything. Yes, precisely. Yeah, everything is going to be burnt. Yes. So let's use not artificial intelligence, but all the resources available for us in order to fix what we messed up with. Yes, precisely, we messed it up. And you're talking about software. And all of this relies on programming. And there is a fantastic project that you have in your team, which I very much like, which is the Toolbox Academy. Please look it up. And it's a project that we're going to talk about right now. Programming, at the end of the day, is a language that, in order for us to communicate with the machines. How important is the fact that we become acquainted with that language, or for my mom to know that language, or for my children to know that language? Why do you think it's important? Well, think for once how a world would be without books, Oscar. Well, it's not a rhetorical question. Think about a world without books. I am already depressed. Of course, I cannot imagine that, okay? Without all the literature that has allowed us to live adventures, acquire knowledge. How many hours have we enjoyed reading a book just because someone thought that we needed to, read? It was important. It was not necessary, but it was important because society has been illiterate for many years. And we moved from 20 to 80% literacy rate in 100 years. And this is the same thing. When I was 16, I was already enjoying programming. And I have never stopped enjoying myself when doing that. And if we do not teach someone to program and to talk to that fantastic machine, which are computers, they're not going to be able to enjoy that. So Toolbox Academy, which is about that, when do you conceive the idea, or where? Was it in the Caribbean Sea, at a beach? Were you here? No, I was on my own. I came up with that when I failed at trying to teach programming to my children. And I realized that something was failing because I have experience and they are really skilled. So what was failing? Computers, because computers are more complex right now regarding what I had at the beginning, the Spectrum, Commodore, exactly, which were only useful for programming. There was no internet connection that would distract your attention with the social networks or massive video games. Yes, you needed to introduce the cassette. Yes, precisely, and it took a while. Or you could program that, or you could buy a magazine and copy the program. So there was an ecosystem that was specifically designed to write the programs. But right now we have computers that serve many different purposes except for programming or coding. And they have turned very complex. The programming language has become really complex. I had a BASIC, which from the IT computing standpoint is something regrettable. My first book was called Basic Básico. That's what I was starting with. Yes. So you should think that everything that, to me, had to do with bringing down all the initial hurdles means that right now it's the opposite. There are a lot of starting barriers, and you need to simplify the technology and adapt it to the children rather than expect for them to adapt to the technologies. So Toolbox is an attempt so that a very complex computer with a complex development environment and language becomes a really simple tool so that with exquisitely designed concepts, a girl or a boy moves from the most elementary computational concept to the most complex one. So anyone can program. Did they learn to program? Yes, they have learned. So can anyone learn to program? Yes, absolutely. Everyone. It's a human language. It has 1,000 syntactic rules, and the human language, but this has dozens of rules. So if you can acquire the syntaxis of human language, how come are you not going to be able to do that? Do they need to become bilingual from an early onset? No, it's not necessary. Mathematics is something that is taught all around, but we cannot avoid the situation in which many of the children avoid or do not like maths. Maybe we're teaching too much, or maybe we're not hitting the right key. We talk about some reference frameworks. We talk about the fact that we want bilingualism and we need to transform the system. But the truth is that what we have right now is not working either. So what we would need would be to introduce some compulsory subject matters in primary and secondary to open the door so that they can learn to program, and then later on they can delve into the internet. We don't need for the education system to tackle all the programming of the last line of code. For children to become encouraged to introduce themselves into this new language, which is the language of programming, in addition to learning that language and being capable of communicating with the machines, does it have some additional cognitive advantages? Yes, obviously. It is a creative task. It's about writing. It's about expressing one part of our knowledge and reasoning, which cannot be expressed in any other way because human language doesn't reach there and mathematical language doesn't reach that point. It's the computing programming language that allows you to have the blocks of construction to say, this really strange relation that I'm representing in my head can be expressed in a piece of code. So go figure. There are many similar projects that want to help children come closer to programming. What does Toolbox Academy offer? Which is the added value of Toolbox Academy? I have seen many, but from your standpoint, which are they? Well, on the one hand, it claims the text-based teaching method. Programmers do that with text. Why do we need to use blocks? It makes no sense, and it can generate bad habits. You cannot make a mistake when writing with blocks because it either fits or doesn't fit, and we need to make mistakes. It's a trial and error also. So we claim that text-based approach. And then all the tool should be focused on the school centers where the children are going to be encouraged to program. That's very important. What we tried to achieve since the beginning was to try and hack the system in the good sense of the word. Yes, it's a good word, but we have perverted it. We reporters, yes, precisely. We need to find original solutions to problems. So we tried to hack the system in the good sense of the word. So if everything would fail, if the politicians would not support us, if the teachers would not back us, well, even so, children need to be capable of programming, and that was the approach. In Toolbox Academy, we want to bestow them with the tools so that even if you have the freakest idea, it can be represented there. And you can even generate school grade bulletins through that. Yeah, we need to do that. Yeah, we have been talking throughout the morning about the gender gap. We have girls and boys programming. One question would be the following. Are they the same? Is there someone who is better? And are there more boys or girls? Based on your experience with Toolbox, in our experience, it's 50-50, which was the thing to be expected. And this was verified in an experiment that we did with the regional Ministry of Education in the Andalusian government, and the performance was identical. Obviously, the fact that later on they do not want to study computing engineer later on is as a different ring to it. Previously, it was the IT faculty, just like the faculty, but right now it's called computer sciences, and maybe girls conceive that as having too much complexity, too much fidgeting around, and maybe they're reluctant. But are there more girls or boys? Yesterday we were talking about that because we are parts of the boomer generation, obviously, as you can see. And we were talking about Commodore and Spectrum and we went back in time, and I did not, remember any girl friend that I would have had that would have bought a Spectrum. We don't know whether society led us to that area and girls to a different direction, but this has changed. Well, curiously enough, this changed in the 80s. After that, there was a trend. I remember being in the classroom, and at least 40% of girls were there, but then it went down. I don't know which changes were introduced from a social standpoint, from an academic standpoint, but then they lost interest, and there is a huge gap. I entered the classroom, and there was barely a 10% rate of girls, and this gender gap introduces salary gaps. So by bridging that gap, obviously all gaps need to be tackled, but by bridging that gap, it's really interesting because really well-paid job offers are going to be made in the future, and girls are not going to have access because they're not enrolling themselves in those degrees. A question which I believe is important. We have everything. We have the Toolbox Academy. We can go to the website. We can learn to program there. Maybe my school has decided to introduce this system so that we can learn to program. When do we need to begin programming? When should we foster having children programming? Ideally, yesterday. Okay, yesterday. Yeah, it's urgent. It's basically really urgent. You perceive that as urgent? Yes, precisely because it's absurd not to do that. It's so easy to define a basic programming language. Let's not talk about drones, 3D printing, Legos. No, nothing. These basic computational structures are here. Learn to combine them, and you will be combining because it's simple and economical. And you don't need a huge investment for that. You can do that in the blackboard. You can do that in your own Spanish native language if you like. And secondly, because next generations are going to be tackling really huge challenges, and they need to be granted access to all the available technologies. So we're lagging behind. Yes, and they need to communicate to the machines. From what I gather from what you're saying, maybe all of this block-based programming or everything that has to do with robotics is concealing what we should be doing, like programming. Yes, absolutely. You are focusing on the interesting bit here. If you teach a group of kids, they show it. You show a robot to the kids, avoiding the obstacles, etc. They think, "Wow, it's cool." But the important thing is the underlying logic that allows you to make the decision of generating this or that, or segmenting the image in order to detect an obstacle or an object. And this is hidden, so there is a deviation. Just like with computational thinking, we are letting pedagogists deviate our attention because they say, oh, we have a computational reasoning in another subject. No, but the interesting thing is to program, to tell a machine what they need to do. So I believe that there is too many distracting features. Yes, many things are distracting us from the goal of programming as a child and as of yesterday. Angela, if you please. Here you can see the toolbox.yuma.es site. There's even a series in the Andalusian channel for children. So it's a project that is really well advanced, that has a lot of material, and which is fantastic. And this is you're going to launch a crowdfunding for whom? How? 9 minutes. Well, mainly in order to raise awareness. Yes. In order for people to understand that if you're talking about family milieu, the business field and the school centers, we need to start mobilizing. We need to be aware of the fact that there's a problem there and that we need to solve it. And if we can gather some amount so that from the city councils, from the ministries or companies, that if they can foster the fact that the children of employees start programming, well, it's all about hacking the situation. If schools are not going to do that, we need to do it in some other way. So please look this project up. The majority of the crowdfunding is aimed at entities, but also users that want to participate in having the children start handling this language, which according to Francisco, it is important to introduce it, and we should have introduced it as of yesterday. We're going to play a video here.
Vale, y mi pregunta ahora...
So here goes my question to you. What is this? No, I know you know this. That would be tricky. He's the right hand of Francisco, so he's no use. No, please tell me, what do you think it is? Music. From some series? What is this? It could be programming. What do you think this is? This has been done by artificial intelligence. What else? Paths, codes. That's what they suggested to you. They suggested to me Game of Thrones. Yeah, but because you picked the same work that TV3 picked, and when Alfred was asked, he was like, "Yeah, it's a really beautiful music with some medieval resonance," and he could not believe that the video, the music, and the synthesis, all of that is 100% automatic. This is a project that you did on artificial intelligence, and who has done this? A computer. A computer, but not bananas, right? No, a different machine. So it has been composed by artificial intelligence, and the synthesis, the sound, the post-production, and even the video has been done by artificial intelligence. The idea was to see how far we could go without human intervention. Yes, there's more videos. I have picked this one. I don't know that Albert had picked it, who has been in Operación Triunfo, which is like a very important talent show in Spain. So as we can see, artificial intelligence can create many things and even generate music. So the headline asked, the next Picasso is going to come from artificial intelligence. Well, this is something that would not surprise me, because the creative capacity of a computer, once we're capable of shaping up the creative process, is unlimited. This gave food for a lot of thought, and this disrupted things. Artificial intelligence, is true that is taking away some jobs, but there is a red line that says art is human. But here, there was a blurred line. So people's reaction was really interesting, because some people said, well, where's the inspiration? Where is the need to create this urgency about death? Computers do not know about this. But the question is that we had never placed ourselves in the mirror. What the computer showed was that this was possible. Yes, death to a computer can't be like the blue screenshot of Windows. No, Windows is enjoying right now terminal cancer, I believe. Well, any other questions from there, please?
Tienes que subir. Pobre. ¿Dónde está? No le veo, Jorge. ¿Ha huido por no subir hasta allá arriba?
Where's Jorge?
¿Hay algún micro? Lo subo.
Is there any robot microphone? I can do it myself. Let me do it.
Se equivocó al poner el enlace, estuvo academy.es. Se la barra.
Ah, ¿cuál? Vale. ¿Es este, no el enlace? ¿O no? ¿No funciona TX10? Pues era la barrita.
I think the link is wrong. Can you check it? Congratulations for this morning. My question is rather a comment. You said that you can't think of the world without a book. But the book that jumped to my mind all the time is Program Inequality, published by MIT Press, and it explains how the UK lost the battle for programming because it kicked out every woman working in the programming services during World War II. So the gender bias might not come from the fact that women do not like programming. Maybe the market did not give them an opportunity, or maybe the linguist abilities were not included. And this is where linguistics and the rest of human studies jump in. Linguists are always at the back, and I can speak about my personal experience. I studied linguistics, and I'm a woman, but when I sit next to a programmer, I'm invisible. Regarding gender equality, there is not much more that can be done. There can be done a positive action. When a girl goes to the Secretary of Computing Science, they can register as well. So they do have the same opportunities, but we can motivate. The chapter is about a girl who's an astronaut, so they see that they can also do it. I think the best model is themselves, seeing themselves programming. If they see themselves programming, they might start change their point of view. But today we do have 100% equality. Everyone can join computing engineering school. Hello. I liked your presentation. I'm an artist, among other things. And about the last thing you commented and you showed, a computer creating a piece of art with music or whatever. Here's my question. Was that determined by a programmer? Or shouldn't it be an artist programming? Or how polluted would an artist be to make the computer's work free? I'm going to try and answer your question. Artists get inspiration from nature. That's obvious. So we could say that they're not pure. They're taking models from nature. What we did was to model biological processes to have a creativity engine that's connected to the rules of composition, which is precisely what children learn when they go to art school. And with that, they got a final piece of work. So there was no meddling with the creation process. We are not teaching you music. We are teaching you to create complex structures and transcribe them into the music language. And people said that was a composition or a piece of art, a piece of work like the one a human could do. And that's as far as we got. I'm not an artist myself, and I don't even know how to read a petition. So although there were advisors looking into that, I didn't get there at all. So to finish off, there's something that really caught my eye about Francisco. He's chair of AI. He's passionate about technology. And I have a question for you, for the audience. What mobile phone do you think Francisco has with, and which operating system? That's pretty funny. He doesn't have any? Nokia? iPhone? the cheapest one in the market, and it costs €0. Which one would you recommend? Just throw away the one you have and don't get a new one. He doesn't have a mobile phone. That's amazing, and he has no mobile phone, even if he works so much with technologies. I know what it is. I know it as a piece of technology, but I'm not interested in it. Thank you, Francisco.
Estupendo.
Hola. Bueno, las mujeres necesitan...
Women need benchmarks and silence. Otherwise, you can't listen. Francisco Vico. Teaching and pride, making knowledge free. There are new possible languages, unreachable today yet. Children, decipher codes, or it will be late to save the planet.
Bueno, ya hemos acabado la primera parte de la mañana.
So the first part is over. Now we are going to break for coffee, and we'll be back in 20-25 minutes. Let's try to make it short so we have time for the last 3 presentations.
So today I have the honor to make the interview to Francisco. Francisco wants to start saying some words, so I'll let you.
Yo quería empezar antes de hablar en inglés.
Before I speak in English, I would like to talk in Spanish/Portuguese. And there is a fantastic team here that represents the internet that I want, with an open, plural discussion full with people. Thank you very much to the interpreters that are going to help me now, who is a very important work in the Parliament, European Parliament. All the interpreters at the end are the ones that allow for the European project to happen, because otherwise, with all the bubble in Europe, it would be impossible.
And that's about everything I can say in Spanish.
That's not true. That's not true. On y va?
On y va.
Allez hop. Good. So Francisco is the co-founder of Digicom. We will speak about it in a little bit, but before we would like to send the questions to the audience. I don't know if it's...
Could you, Angel, just show the second one? So we're going to try. I'm not sure the connection will be enough. But we always try to do these little interactive experiences with the audience. And the question is basically, in English, who do you think that creates the rules that govern what we can say and do on the internet? Que en español será...
So who creates the rules for the internet regarding what we can say and what we can do on the internet?
Yeah, so we thought, when thinking about these questions, that this also could have been like the title of this intervention. Can you access it? Is it working? Yeah? Great.
Yeah.
Perfect. So we have been talking in all the, well, yesterday and this morning about a lot of different very interesting things, and within those topics we have been speaking about democracy, we have been speaking about governance, centralization, decentralization of the information, and at some points in my head was like, okay, but all these things, what are we trying to get free from, or trying to get away of, you know, to say it in some way? And I think that, and based on the work, of course, of Francisco, it was like he has worked a lot about new authorities and trying to understand who are the new authorities, and maybe we could understand that we are trying to get protected from these new authorities. So I would like you to explain us a little bit more about that.
Thanks a lot, Ines. So I think the idea of the authorities is a sort of good metaphor to explain what we do at Digicom and what sort of digital tech lawyers do more broadly. I think originally, when we thought about all of these problems that we're speaking here, you know, like surveillance and freedom of expression and all that, historically we always thought of the state as being the enemy, you know? Because traditionally that's how you think about the problem. And the problem is the abusive state is going to control what you say. It's going to control what you do. It's going to take care of your property. And you know, with the rise of the internet, and the 90s were really such a beautiful moment. Like, people started thinking, wow, finally, I can escape the big monster of the state and replace it by, you know, wonderful communities. And I think that sort of 90s vibe, 90s narrative, it's still here, right? Like when we speak about decentralization. What happened after, like 2005, 2006, 2007 onwards, was that the evil state was sort of replaced by a very selected number of companies that exercise a very similar power. So all the worries that we had against the state on freedom of expression, for example, are very similar to what we now discuss about, you know, Facebook or Twitter or Amazon if you go e-commerce. And so what we're trying to do at Digicom is a bit, okay, so the problem is still the state in many states outside of Europe, but in Western Europe and in the Western Hemisphere more general, the Western world, the problem is not only the state, but these other companies. And so as lawyers, we start understanding, okay, what can we do about it, basically?
And so, and these new companies are then these new authorities, no? To respond to, yeah.
Completely.
So that's the, okay.
Completely.
Okay, and how did they become the new authorities, and what are you doing in Digicon to work on that, and what's the approach?
So Digicon is a very simple blog. You're free to check it out after, and it's a group of 6 people.
It's not so simple. He says it's simple.
It's getting more and more complex.
It's false honesty.
It's full of color. We're very proud of the design, but basically the core of the project was we were 6 lawyers from different countries. So 2 Italians, 1 Brazilian, 1 Portuguese, me, and 1 Spaniard and a Turk from Istanbul. And all of us had this feeling that we were not in control in terms of the rules that govern the internet, right? And as lawyers, you're always like, I can control if things go wrong in the state, with the administration, I go to court. We believe in that world, right? And then we saw, like, in the internet, that world simply was not there. The impact was the same, and so we said, okay, let's try to do something about it. Very, very simply, let's start asking individuals, academics, and people that actually work with technology to start working together, just discussing this. Because I think, like, if Inez and I would go out there in the city of Malaga, and we would start having like a speech, like trying to say something to the population, and then the police would come and would just grab us and like, you cannot talk. Everybody in this room would be like, oh my God, look at this, it's a grave breach of fundamental rights, right? But if Facebook excludes me from the platform, and in the early days didn't even really explain me why, everybody was like, well, I can always use Twitter, right? Which is the same, you could say the same, like, in Malaga I cannot speak, I can always go to Paris or like to the south of France. And so why? This was, I think, the Digicon's foundational question was, why do we accept that private American companies do this to us in the digital world, but you and me would never accept that the police in Malaga would not allow us to say what we want in Calle 12. Like, it didn't make sense. And for a lawyer, we were like, okay, we need to do something about this.
And how does it work? Can you explain a little bit who you are bringing together, how it works, the channels of interaction?
So if you go to the blog, there's a lot of legalese, because we are 6 lawyers, and it's very difficult. Like AI developers, lawyers are their own breed, and so you will find lots of sort of legal pieces trying to explain how digital technology is being regulated. But then we started inviting civil society to chip in the debate. And so we have 4 categories. One dedicated to the digital state, and that's where sort of all the questions that we've been discussing here on, the use of AI by public administration, for example. And so we try to understand, okay, when the administration uses the AI, what are the limitations, right? And then we have platform governance, which I think is the most, like for the moment being the sort of more famous part of the blog, just because, Facebook and all the scandals and everything. So yeah, we have lots of pieces there. Then we have one strong part on digital rights, because that was sort of the core idea. And then we have a very cool section in the end of it, which is normally people's favorite section, which is always curated by Elise Doka, our good friend at Digicon, which is a sci-fi section. And it's very geeky. I think in this audience it would work. In other audiences it has not worked as well. And so we ask sci-fi artists, so from everywhere, really. Like, we have poets, we have plastic artists, we have people who write essays. And the idea is to try to understand a bit how science fiction can influence the law. And this seems like a far-fetched idea, but Asimov, for example, and here in this audience, I don't need to explain who Asimov is, which is great. His theories and books really influenced what politicians are saying at the European Commission today. And so we started to say, like, come speak to us, because lawyers are like in their little world. Come speak to us, explain your ideas, show your art, and hopefully someone from the European Commission or from other places will listen, will look at your art and be inspired to make better regulation. I think. Yeah.
You really like this section.
I do. I'm a big fan.
You were supposed to talk about it at the end.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
No.
you're right. I'll come back to it. There's a lot more.
I know. No, yeah, but it's it's very interesting. But I would really like to know more. I think it's very interesting to know how you bring together these two words, no? Because you speak about, well, there are lawyers at some point, technologians at another point, and these two are very separated words that speak other languages. And how does it match? How does it work?
I mean, initially the reaction is like 95% of the times we try to get lawyers with technological people together, the first reaction is not good. And it's pretty simple why it's difficult, because the legal people, the lawyers, they speak their own language. You know, it's like a computing language is the same. So if you do not understand legalese, even though we are using the term sort of language, you know, Spanish or Portuguese or English or whatever it is, the terms mean different things, and so it's exceptionally difficult to enter that world. And it's very similar with the tech people, right? So the tech people, especially developers, they are very focused on their own languages, on building their own communities, and they have this sort of misconception, I think, towards lawyers that, you know, lawyers are boring people that write laws that are just taking our freedom away. And so the first experiments we did trying to get people together, both at the DigiCon and at the European Institute where I work, were complicated. But I think more and more you see multidisciplinary projects that, like, for example, at the UI, we now have this series of talks, a research cluster that invites people from hardcore sciences. So we have people that do things that no lawyer would, you know, even remotely think about. They come, they explain us, we are all just looking at them like, oh my God, this is magic, we don't understand anything. But little by little, we're establishing dialogues and bridges between both, because to do tech regulation without knowing the technology or knowing the people you affected, it's just absurd. It's just absurd. And so DigiCon is trying to be like the place where people gather.
Okay. And is the school, because you also have this school, I think that this is also one of the tools that you use to bring these profiles together, no? Can you...
Absolutely. Yeah, so every year there is a school in beautiful Florence, Italy. And so the school is on digital constitution, the algorithmic society, a bit more broader. And it's a good way to interact with lawyers who work on tech regulation, like some of our friends at DigiCon, but also with AI people. And especially, for example, in Italy, in Bologna, there's really good work being done on the intersection between, for example, using AI systems, mostly natural process language systems, to find abusive clauses in contracts. So there is a really interesting project in Bologna at the UI called Claudette, which is a machine learning system which is fed with abusive clauses, and then you can insert terms and conditions, and you'll be like, oops, look at this. Like, this is definitely abusive according to your legislation. So definitely the bridges are sort of slowly being established, but I think there's a lot of work we need to do in breaking the stereotype that lawyers don't care about tech, that lawyers don't understand tech, that lawyers are boring and only serve to make laws that do not apply. I think if we continue with that, especially at the rhythm that technology is evolving, I mean, it's going to be the end of it, you know, because everything is getting more polarized. Like, and with decentralization now, you see that you know, decentralization people don't want to hear about lawyers. They don't want to hear about lawyers. They only hire them when things go wrong, you know. And so we're trying to bridge a bit the gaps.
Nice. And okay, so sorry, I got lost.
Sorry, no.
No, but so so you are bringing these two words together. You are working now for 1 year, more or less. No, that it's quite
very recent,
going. Yeah. And which are the results? Because you told me yesterday that you are kind of surprised in a good way about where the things people are contacting you from, and no, can you, because it's very nice to see such a difficult put in contact together, getting so great results. So I think it's.
I mean, this conference, when we got the email from Yolanda, literally our reaction was like, are you sure that you want us? Because it's a one-year project, there's a bunch of researchers that are trying to do something, and we are so sort of young in the ecosystem that we were so happy, like generally very surprised and happy. And the success, I think, has been in the legal community. More and more we're getting to the people, which is great. So it means that people needed a space to speak. And in the legal academic world, you have these big journals that you can publish, but people needed a sort of more informal space to meet. So I think that worked very well. And then the sci-fi part with the work that Yeliz is doing, and it's just insane. We are really getting to artists that we would never even dream of getting. The last thing we got, and it was her work again, was Bruce Pennington. Some of the geeky people here would remember him from like the covers of Dune and other really big sci-fi books from the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And we just dropped them a cold email, like say, Bruce, we really love your work. We have this small blog going. Would you like to make a little piece? And he sent us all the covers, and a huge text describing, his life, how we got into science fiction. And there was a sort of normative moral idea behind it that, he wants sci-fi to have a place in the regulatory environment that is happening right now. And so I think these are two good examples of we are reaching to audiences way beyond the classic academic from law. And that's the objective. We're creating a little network, like a little map, that anybody can just drop us an email and be a point, a little dot in the map. And the idea is like, if a regulator in the future needs to hear more about interoperability, there is a dot like Irina is the expert. And they will go like, okay, at least I want to talk to Irina before I pass legislation, right? Or something I could say with Carla and AI, right? Like, let me see at least what Carla has to say about this. So that's what we're trying to do. But again, very modest project, 1 year old.
But it's it's impressive. And within the art section, going a little bit more in the art section, there are different categories there. Now it's the time for you to speak a little bit more about it.
So I'm always speaking about Yeliz. The other members are very important. Let me just name them as well. It's Francesca Palmiotto and Giovanni De Gregori from Italy. We have Marco Almada from Brazil. And we have Natalia Menendez from Spain. And then it's me and Yeliz. So we do more or less the sci-fi part. And so we want it to be as broad as possible in artistic terms. And so we have a lot of digital art, not necessarily Web 3.0 art. So we are not into the crazy NFT mania that is going around yet. So we have lots of sort of Web 2.0 classic or Web 1.0 classic art. Then we have essays, and the essays are really interesting. Just people that, lawyers and non-lawyers that think about how technology could influence society, and so it's very forward-thinking, very sci-fi-ish. Then we have poetry, and let me use this to appeal the poets out there, because right now our poetry section has 2 poems written by me, and it's really sad. It's very sad because we say we have a poetry section, and that maybe we can use bananas, we can use actually you to get it, but it feels like the poetry sci-fi artists are not there. And so I've written 2 poems there, and it's a very lonely section. Then we have recommendations, and that's really cool. You can just go there and be like, the top 10 books of sci-fi that inspired my life, the 10 movies. So you see, we're going past the law, but always thinking that the regulators, a person from the European Commission that is thinking about the DSA or the DMA can go there and be like, let me just read one of these books before I finish the draft European Commission proposal. I'm looking at Eve, maybe this is very utopic, but we're just trying our best to do that, like to influence a bit people that otherwise would not have access to sci-fi artists and sci-fi, and give a voice to those artists. That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I think it's super interesting how to use art now in this it's kind of 3 worlds that at the end you are combining there, no? Between low technological profiles and then no, it's like art, and it's super original, and as you said and told me, no, it's a nice way also to build this bridge and to it's speaking another language, no, to bring these words together and also make that other people can feel comfortable in this world, no, and make understand some things from other language. So it's super nice.
And I think originally sci-fi artists, either being writers or painters or poets, there was a sort of an activist dimension to it. They wanted to imagine society. And when you read Asimov, for example, most of the works are about things are going to go wrong, and before they go wrong, here are some ideas how we can fix it. And so there was this idea of thinking the future in a critical way. And there's lots of things that they were just completely wrong, right? Like the idea of the 2000s as being flying cars and stuff like that. But a lot of things they got right, and the problems we're facing right now were predicted. And so we just need to get all of that knowledge from the 60s, 70s, and 80s and bring them to the regulators today. And so far, I think it's working.
Good. Let's check. Yeah.
Okay.
Would you like to finish by sharing one of the two poems?
Okay.
If you want.
It's very sad.
Final touch.
You will hear 50% of all poetry section at the UI. All right, let me just, if the internet works, I will get it up. I'll just read the shortest. Not that it's like, as I say, it's two poems, but I will read. And then we have actually an AI reading this poem. We can then talk about that. We did a little experiment with text to audio, and so I put my own poem being read by an AI using a third-party software, and it was very spooky.
Is it?
Very, very spooky. So the poem is called "Am I Not Human After All?" And it goes something like this. Am I not human, after all, if I think, love, dream, but do not die? How human am I, if I hurt, suffer, fall, and cry? Do I need to find a way to defy life and forcefully die, to be as human as your mind? I am not AI. I am I. I. And if necessary to live, I shall die. That's...
Thank you.
So as you see, the level is very low, so we really welcome everyone to step in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to say anything or if we open the...
One last thing about, I think, the latest technology we're trying to use to bridge the gap. Mm-hmm. A big professor of law at the UI, who's a good friend of the DigiCon and someone that has really helped us from the beginning, called Nicolas Petit. He has written a paper called Asimov for Lawyers. And anyone can read it. Non-lawyers can read it as well. So it's not legalese. And what he did was, along with the co-author, Jerome, they read the books. They are geeks in essence. And they said, wow, what can we derive from these books that can influence regulation? And so at DigiCon we decided, why don't we take this a step above? And we create a metaverse gallery. So we basically created, we're using a very common, very known metaverse, if you want to call it, called Spatial. And inside that digital gallery, we have created sections with Asimov work connected to Nicolas and Jerome's paper. So on the 22nd of November, Nicolas and Jerome will be inside the metaverse, I think for the first time, I hope, showing, presenting a paper on law and tech with avatars of their own, going through the gallery and discussing like Asimov, the law, sci-fi. So you're all welcome to join on the 20th. Then I will send all the details, but the 22nd of November, we will meet in the metaverse to discuss law, tech, and regulation.
Okay. Great.
Okay, I'm ready for questions.
Thank you. Yeah. Any question? Jan is the questioner today.
Bueno, yo soy un frecuente ya.
I'm a regular here in questions. I'm a great lover of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and I believe that this is one of the works that have manifested a lot of that have inspired Elon Musk, among others. So we have a lawyer and a philosopher. Anthropologist, okay, anthropologist, but becoming philosopher, you know? So here goes. She's also a doctor. Okay, fantastic. Doctor. So sci-fi thoughts, if we translate that to the regulation realm, it entails certain risks. So to what extent, well, or where rather do you see the limit of advocating for transferring these visionary views that can exert an influence on Elon Musk? And like, for example, how do you prevent this from happening? I love Mars, but I don't care about the Earth.
To maintain, so I don't disturb the interpreters or insult the Spanish language. I think that when you look at the sci-fi works, most of the sci-fi works were warnings about what the future could be, right? And even the famous Asimov laws, you know, that everybody repeats, you know, to the exhaustion, including in the European Commission, you know, like if we install these protections, AI will finally be controlled and stuff like that. And when you read the books, it was always about actually the failure of those laws. So those laws actually do not prevent systems from failing. And so when regulators, you know, mainly lawyers and politicians, cherry pick parts of the sci-fi world and directly apply it to law, including, for example, AI regulation, the danger is enormous, you know, because they are just choosing parts of it. They are not understanding the ecosystem. They're choosing cherry picking parts of it. And so I think what Digicon tries to do is to take a step back and be like, let's discuss a bit more before we are jumping into, you know, interpreting Asimov in the light of AI regulation. Like, let's take a step back and think, can this be dangerous? And we spend the last, I think, day and a half seeing how AI does wonderful things, like what Francisco has just shown us, and can do terrible, terrible, terrible things. And so Digicon is a bit neutral in that we just want people to discuss before they act. I think that's, in the end, what we try to do.
Thank you. The question's coming, but the 3 quick comments. As a techie married to a lawyer, I really hope that bridges are possible. Second comment, you have a master of social. That is, according to current opinion about correct language, inadequate. Call her head of social. Master means there's a slave.
Yes, slave.
Not only lawyers have language questions. The third comment is a bit more complicated. The US judges have had economics courses because they judge on economic questions. The problem that has given is that the economics have been given by the conservative Chicago school. So US judges have become more right-wing in their judgments. Okay, now the question. Legislation is done mostly by lawyers. So what are your plans to bringing Digicon to the legislators?
So really interesting comments, I think, on, for example, the influence of other sides. So we were speaking in this morning about how, you know, a prime minister, Liliana was like, a prime minister cannot know about everything, or a politician cannot know about everything. And certainly a judge cannot know about everything, right? It's just insane to think that a judge can know from economics to how an AI system works, and at the same time, and people are not trained for that. And so I think that first, just to answer your comment, I think we need to also make sure that the people who apply the law, not only the people who create the law, so not only European Commission, countries, etc., but people who apply the law have a basic knowledge what they are judging on, okay? Because if you don't have that sort of, guidance by people from the tech sectors, lawyers will always revert to their classic thinking, and their classic thinking is law books. And some things apply very well, some things don't apply at all. And so that's my first comment. Two, the question, are we bringing DigiCon to the Commission? Are we bringing DigiCon to EVE? I think at this stage, we want to keep it a bit more open. We have no ambition of influencing. We want people to talk. So we want people like Fabrizio, for example, to come and discuss with us. We want DGs to look at DigiCon and even criticize some pieces by academics, for example. I can imagine a director general thinking, I really disagree with what this lawyer is saying about the Digital Services Act. Here's my piece on it. And for the rest of us, it becomes like open, no? It becomes transparent what the Commission thinks, and so that's the ambition. More of an open dialogue, more web of the 90s, and less centralization of the Web 2.0 of the 2000s.
You said it. Yeah, but it's at the end it's opening. It's very nice because it's kind of opening a space for dialogue, no? Which makes that we can at some point take conscious of some things some questions that we are never making to ourselves, maybe. So it's also a little bit what you tried, sorry, with the first question, no? Like trying to just. Have we asked that? Yeah, sorry, I cannot speak. Okay.
La presión
a little bit. But yeah, so thank you for. We don't have time more? Just to, okay.
I don't think we can show Angel, right? Like we could.
I think we can still have one question.
But I'm going to check the results because I'm really. Huh? No, just I'm going to check it when I'm there, Jorge.
Okay.
Just thanking everyone now. Just thanking everyone for.
Okay. What?
Pero está ahí? No, I don't think it is.
No. Huh?
No, don't worry. I'll check on my phone after. No te preocupes.
Because we wanted to see
I just wanted to see the results of the survey, but I will see it on the phone once I'm back.
Because the idea was to see it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por todo.
Hola, sí. Como marionetas que ignoran quiénes manejan las cuerdas. Marionetas obligadas a desenredar esos hilos que no comprenden. Necesitamos fantasía, superheroínas, versos que muestren su arte y rompan los hilos todos. Enseñarán al poder a mirar distinto.
¿O no? Muy bien, ya está. Test. Okay. So like yesterday, I'm serving some water.
Thank you. Okay, it's working.
Before we start, cheers.
Cheers.
Anna,
cheers.
Thanks to have you here. Cheers.
Cheers.
I wanted to start with one of the words you first see when you visit the LinkedIn profile from Anna, which is Eureka. Okay, so Eureka, right? Eureka, right? So this is a cry of joy or satisfaction when one finds or discovers something, okay? And I think this describes very well here my guests today on the sofa. Yesterday I had Nena. She was already more or less introduced by her.
Right.
So today is her day. She's a vice chair of the Portuguese Eureka Chairmanship. Thank you. European Digital Leaguer. And a couple of other very important stuff happening on the European level. And this morning, Lilian was talking about ants and these endeavorer ants, adventurer ants. And I think we have an adventurer here. And I want you to invite the audience to take us on your journey, on where have you been, what you see, and what are the conclusions for us. Okay? So, science, technology, innovation, and digital in Europe. Anna, simple question. What does it mean to you?
So I started in 1991 in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, exactly on science and technology. So it's been a while. And for me, the milestones in this journey, it has been when in 1995 in Portugal we had the first Minister of Science and Technology. So for the very first time we had someone really dedicated to science and technology, and he was coordinating the information society policy as well, so it was quite new. And I was so lucky that I was invited to be his advisor on international affairs. So it was amazing. So during that period, Portugal opened the research community to the world, and it was really the start of the big era of the information society. And so we did a lot of things during that period. And the minister I'm talking about is, well, he already passed away, but he was José Mariano Gago, and he was a great influencer of policy in Europe. At that time, during 1995 to 2002, he was always talking all around the world that science was a policy for peace. And it was very inspiring to hear such a thing, that science was a policy for peace. So nowadays, I can't see science is a tool for peace. I can't see that science is a policy for peace. So in 2000, we had the second presidency of the Council of the European Union. And at that time, again, I was lucky because as his advisor for international affairs, I was part of a small group that built up the program of our presidency of the Council. And these kind of concepts like knowledge-based society, knowledge-based economy, we started to use them. And they are part of the conclusions of the presidency at the European Council in March 2000, and again in June. So during that period, the first semester of 2000, it was huge because it was the time when information society turned to be a knowledge society. So we turn information in really something that could be used. So it's to organize, to manage, to analyze. And we started to have knowledge as the basis of our both society and economy. And nowadays, what I can see in science, technology, innovation, and on the digital, I see that we have to deal with the three crises. I can see that we have a crisis on the pandemic. I see a crisis in geopolitics. And I see a crisis in the way science is used. So we have so beyond the crisis that we have in the climate, so everything is a bit connected, but geopolitics really arrived into science, and in a way that I can say that the near future will be not a future for science for peace. So now we are in the European Union, we are struggling to have the amount of funding that we were foreseen to have into 2023. And now what the proposal was put forward to the Council and the European Parliament is that certain amount will be allocated to other policies. Which policy? Defense. So I think that we are having a problem here with these three crises: climate, geopolitics, pandemic, because this, what we call it as rare events, eventos raros, they are so many that they continue to be rare in the essence, but they are become more and more. So we are facing more and more rare events. And so the situation is like it is now, so it's a shift for the funding, is a shift of policy, and we have to face that new reality.
Mm. So basically, this is a way we have come to the status quo.
Yes.
What is the collaboration level right now on all these topics? I mean, you described 10 years ago, or like a couple of years ago when you started, that there was a lot of, euphorism, eureka, for another society. Now you describe a future or a present of defense-orientated science investment. What is the collaboration, the human part in the European Union, what you see is influencing this? Can you describe a little bit what you see?
So I'm working for over 30 years, and of course, all the context changed a lot.
You started very early.
Yes, of course. Yesterday I told you that when was the WISIS, the World Summit on Information Society, well, I told you that I was 3 years old, so of course. What I can say is that I worked in a very positive environment. Science was used for the best of humanity, and everything was for good, and the collaboration, the international collaboration within and out of Europe was really one of the first priorities of science in Europe. And when I'm talking about science, I'm talking about science, technology, innovation. And of course, the digital comes with emerging technologies and with information society turning into knowledge society. And so in the last decade, however, we started to see that technologies should be more human-centric. That's the basis for the next generation internet that was discussed yesterday, and some projects were put forward. So it was the attempt from the European Commission, together with the Council and the European Parliament, to try to put the focus on the human being. So science, technology, and digital for the well-being of the human. So human-centric, this Anthropocene approach was really a shift that I perceived so 2015, 2016, 2017. And now, early in the 2020, so 2020, 2021, we had the pandemic. We are facing maybe the continuation of this pandemic or not, or a new one. But I just would like to call the attention that if it was not for fundamental research, it would have been much worse to fight the COVID and this pandemic. So just to say some words about the importance to continue to fund and to invest at national and European levels on the fundamental research, because applied research is very important. Applied research to the market, of course, it's tremendous for innovation. But fundamental research is really, really important because it's to understand how things really work and what we are and what the proteins are and how they can evolve, etc., etc. So it's important for so many areas. Going back to technology and, for instance, artificial intelligence, it was perceived that a lot of people in the society, they were afraid, and a lot of sci-fi, so they made some movies and being robots, being the bosses, etc. Terminator, Exterminator. We don't know exactly what will be the future, but it's important to understand that what is behind the scenes is really the human being. And this Anthropocene, and with this policy of the Anthropocene, and to put really the human in the center of the policy, it's really important, and it's there.
Anna.
Yeah.
Is this something everybody agrees on in the European Union, collaboration-wise?
No and yes. So, the European Union, I cannot say any longer that is European Union is all the member states are the same, but it's very good that they continue to discuss about all the areas you can imagine on a daily basis in Brussels. That is very important for the member states, so that they continue to discuss, and after the meeting they are going to have dinners with their colleagues and have some beers, etc. So it's the beauty of the European Union, that you can discuss it in the working parties, in the committees, but then you are friends. So that is something that is very good in the European Union. And then at the highest political level, we are having problems. And now with the war, of course, we are having major problems. And now in science, the European Commission put forward a communication about international collaboration, international cooperation. And it says that we should collaborate with reciprocity. So it means that we should carefully collaborate only with some countries that they will bring added value to Europe and not the other way around. As Portuguese, it's very difficult to understand that approach. Of course, I can understand intellectual property rights. Of course, I can understand the legal point of view of the technology that is funded by the European Commission. Actually, it's not funded by the European Commission. The European Commission executes the budget that was adopted by the Council and the European Parliament. It's very difficult now to see that the collaboration with the UK, with Israel, with China, and with other countries is in jeopardy. So we are having some problems with that. And I, as a Portuguese, I'm very Atlantic. I'm very European Union. For European Union, of course, but I'm very Atlantic. And I see the world as a single way, a single spot where we live and we should collaborate with. But with this crisis that we are facing, these three main crises, pandemic, climate, and geopolitics, so it's very difficult to be there. So that's where civil society is so important. So that's why I'm so happy to be here today in this event of Cybervoluntarios.
I just wanted to ask you about, of course, a definition for you of the civil society. What is exactly, when we talk about civil society, that this one? Is it the corporates? Is it Facebook? Is it, you know, who is civil society and who might maybe not? And if you have seen a change in this. And one, before we start this, one note on optimism, probably, because when I listen to you about, you know, where we are, and now we are facing the Ukraine crisis, we're facing international problems and war, the budget's going to defense. I just wanted to remember everybody as well that the internet was born on a defense budget. So sometimes, even if it's nicer to have a not defense-based budget, but it's also true that defense is a key driver of technology.
Innovation, yes.
And innovation. It forces so much money into a very specific use case, very pragmatic use case. So I don't know if you agree or not, but I hope that all this, what happens now, will turn out to be civil innovation tomorrow.
Yeah. So that makes me remind. To remind that when I was 28, so my son is 28 now, and when I had his age, I thought that, oh my God, I live in a glorious era. So everything is done. So almost the Cold War was finishing. Internet was something that was blooming. So all the big problems were being solved. And my generation thought that at that time, oh my God, so the future will be so bright. And so my son is 28, and he doesn't perceive the world the way I did when I was his age. So a lot has changed. So it's a new trend. So, but history, shows us that we have different cycles and different trends. And so we are living in a different trend and a very spooky trend, scary a trend, because we are talking about nuclear weapons. Well, it was very good that we have innovation with nuclear, etc., etc. But the bad part of the good innovations and the good part of the technology, it's that it can always be used for the bad things. And the more we advance for the good, the more we advance for the bad. So everything relies really on the society and on the citizens. So the more we have citizens engaged in peace and understand and respect the human being, the more we can rely on the future of the society. The less we can believe on them, so the worse it will be. Again, about the different stakeholders that you mentioned. So I followed the World Summit on Information Society, just the one that happened in the world. It was the first one. It had two parts in 2003 and 2005. And in 2005, this World Summit approved the Tunis Agenda. That is the basis for the Internet Governance Forum that happens every year. And here in the Tunis Agenda, it's like our Bible. And it explains what multi-stakeholderism is. And it explains that internet is built by and for different stakeholders, being them the public sector, the private sector, the technical community. It is the community for the standards, etc. The academia, the researchers, and the civil society. And when I'm speaking about civil society, I'm speaking about NGOs that are activists about some principles. And so it's the mixture of this work together on equal footing that says there in the Tunis Agenda, on equal footing, that we go for the decision making. We are in 2022. The Internet Governance Forum will have a big discussion until 2025 In 2025, it is supposed to have, well, I don't know, it will happen something. Nena explained something about this yesterday, but there will be a new event or something different will happen. But this equal footing of all these different stakeholders, I don't think that it will be possible. So we are going back. But, well, history shows that is the way the human beings are able to do together.
It's a dynamic world. It's a dynamic world. So we have, Jorge just told me, 10 minutes, right? Oh, 9 o 8, yeah. Ah, era antes. Vale, pues. So right now is the moment for questions. We have 2 questions left here, but now is the moment for you. If you have any questions to Anna, now it's a great moment to bring your thoughts to the European Commission, to innovation, technology, digital. Anybody in the room with a question, please raise your hand. And in the meantime... Calladito. Despertar. Vale. Any questions? No? Okay, so then my question.
So I was very clear or I was totally unclear?
Reflection stage. Democratization of science.
Yes.
What does it mean?
Well, it's to put knowledge open to everyone. So it is linked with the dissemination of science, to explain science, for people to understand science and to be part of the evolution of science. And on the other hand is the search for more knowledge. And so if we democratize the access to science, we expect that the citizens, the society claims for more and more information, and so they will be more knowledgeable. And so a more knowledgeable society will be a more demanding society, and it will ask for more and more to governments, more to the private sector, so it will be a different society.
Okay. Any questions? You rise here. Very good. Federico.
Thank you, Ana.
En portugués.
En portugués. No, pobrecitos. The interpreter was like, fine, that is not a problem. I'm not gonna put you through that. Yeah, so the question is, when we talk about internet governance and all of this, it was always a competition for knowledge between the US and Europe, you know? And we clearly sort of lost the first and the second stage of that race, if you wanna, in terms of innovation, you know? And this is very clear, and that's why we're using Facebook, Twitter, Amazon, Netflix, and I could carry on with the fantastic exception of Spotify and booking. There's little to add. Do you think that now that we're moving potentially to a third phase of this competition, innovation, are we aware, are we doing what needs to be done in terms of fostering innovation in Europe?
What we are doing in Europe is something totally different. What we are doing in Europe is following the core values of the European Union. And that was not expected by all those companies that you mentioned. So we started the discussion, and it was adopted, the GDPR, and that was not expected by the big companies. So they started to have to comply with the regulation. Otherwise, they could not develop their businesses in Europe. So it's interesting that nobody was really expecting this, that because European Union will have regulations about this and about that, and how platforms should be run and developed. So it's really the core values of the European Union that is the major strengths nowadays. So if in the next decade there will be transformation of the technology. So the Eureka initiative is doing the most it can to give more power to our SMEs and to give some funding for more investment, for more innovation. And we are doing what we can with the framework program on research technology and development, and with a new funding program in the European Union that is called Digital Europe, and another one that is called Space program in the European Union. So we have different packages of funding and budget for these new areas that are of utmost importance for geopolitics as well. But it takes time. And now we are seeing that I mentioned previously that the budget foreseen for the framework program Horizon Europe for 2023, it will be decreased because the money will be allocated to other priorities in the European Union. And we are talking about energy, defense, most likely. So it will be up to the Council and to the European Parliament, that normally is the European Parliament who normally gains this kind of budget wars because of their role in the budget. And so most likely we will not lose the whole funding expected for this year, but some funding will be allocated to other priorities, that's for sure. So to sum up, it is the regulations and the core values of the European Union that these very strong companies from the United States of America are facing, and they were not expecting, and this is a problem for them.
But there's another question. By the way, I just wanted to say we have somebody from the European Union without slides.
But I'm not from the European Commission.
Okay, very good, okay. Please, go ahead.
In the transatlantic cooperation framework, was the most important European base in terms of technology transfer and knowledge management?
Have this strong collaboration, the transatlantic collaboration between European Union and the US, and it continues to be. And we continue the dialogue, but the dialogue nowadays is a bit, may I say, polluted by the geopolitics. So we are living in different times where, as I previously said, geopolitics arrived to science. And so science, technology, and the digital. So our dialogue now, it's a bit different. Our priorities are different, and what we are discussing with the US is different.
That's about it. Anna, we ran out of time. It was a big pleasure to have you here, to listen to your journey.
My pleasure.
As a good end, we hope you will endeavor new ways to overcome our blocks we find as society. And
thank you very much.
A big applause, please.
Ana Cristina.
Ana Cristina, rare elements turned into customs and uses to rethink about Earth with a human-centered approach, to move away from defense-led mechanisms, to open up to the idea of using science in order to live and to save ourselves.
EmpoderaLIVE, I have an important notice to all of you. We saved the best for last. Welcome, ISIS. If you search in Wikipedia for this person sitting beside me, you will find some awesome message like ISIS holds degrees from Stanford University and Harvard Business School. ISIS was named as one of the top 40 women under 40 in Kenya in 2011 by Business Daily Africa, as well as shortlisted on the Forbes top youngest power women in Africa, on IT News Africa top 10 women in IST, and Africa most powerful women in tech 2013. She serves on the board of the Mango 3 Orphan Trust in Kenya. She was elected as a young global leader by the World Economic Forum in 2012. But this not make justice to ISIS. Thanks to the magic of EmpoderaLIVE, thanks to the magic of 2 days together in Malaga, now I know a different ISIS, a better ISIS. I can imagine some stories which briefly I will share to you. Once upon a time in the late 90s, I imagine a cheerful, carefree, young, beautiful woman studying in Stanford, in the San Francisco Bay Area, participating in a lot of cocktails, parties, in the dot-com bubble, that crazy years. She was a brilliant student. She had social abilities. She could achieve success at any matter. She was direct witness of the board of Google, of Yahoo, of Amazon, and so many and many startups which now are leading the digital world. She could achieve success in politics, at university, at media, at business, even at Hollywood. So all her family did. All her family is successful. But then the purpose come to her life. ISIS is half American and half Kenyan, and he decided to search for her roots and go to live to Kenya. In Kenya, he contributed to develop media, to develop mobile technology, digital tools, and at last he found her best purpose, focusing on the development of the African women. On behalf of the all African women, I say you, thank you, ISIS.
Wow. Thank you. Wow.
My imagination is more or less...
That's an amazing introduction. I was like, wow, this is very, actually very true. I think I'm someone who chose to kind of come back 20 years ago to Kenya, and pretty much still there, and had an amazing, you never know what's going to happen at every step, but looking back, it's been amazing to be part of the growth of technology and empowerment of women. And that's where I am today, yeah.
In some way, the women are the materialization of your purpose, because you had a lot of success stories developing technology in Africa. Shortly, you could tell some of your past in Africa?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll try not to speak too quickly. I know I can speak very fast. But yeah, I can tell you a bit about, and we were talking yesterday about looking back 10 years. So maybe about 10 years or so ago, I was working at Google. For my sins, I know these big tech is not popular here, but Google had just opened in Kenya. And I was there, I'm on the business side, someone who does business development, partnerships, and it was really my direct exposure to working in a big tech company. And Google at the time was trying to build the future of the internet. So what we enjoy today in Africa in terms of infrastructure, cost of data devices, was all this long-term plan. And so Google was not there to make money. It was, we'll make money later. So we were in an interesting position to have resources and, you know, the extent of the Google talent around the world who were also interested in Africa, because Africa was, you know, an exciting place. It was new, and all of that. But one of the experiences I had that's shaped kind of what I do today is I had a lot of experience working across many parts of Africa, a lot of business knowledge, but in big tech companies, it's the product managers who drive everything. I mean, the people on the business side are like down here, you know? And the product managers were not in Africa, didn't spend very much time. And I used to kind of really fight with this one person who was, interestingly, from the Mediterranean, based in London. And he was making a lot of decisions about what we did, but I had to kind of work with him on a local level. And we were in Uganda working on an SMS product. So the idea back then was, and this is when mobile phones were growing rapidly, but it was SMS-based, basic phones. The mobile internet was, you know, people like worked at Google had it, but not many other people. And we were building this SMS search. So the idea is you could search for obviously a very limited amount of information, but you could search an SMS and then you build this habit of searching. So by the time you get internet access, you would understand how to search, right? So it was this user. And so his image of users was like very, very rural people in agriculture who needed to understand agriculture prices. And my view was more the urban setting, right? Well, most of the first adopters of the internet are going to be in the urban areas, given infrastructure and all these things. And even though I didn't have the language then, we both had our biases. You know, he had a very specific view. I had a very different view. The data didn't tell us which way was right. And I think that we used to just kind of struggle and also look at, from a gender perspective, there was no place for, none of the product managers were women, and the products that we were designing, I kept having this idea that, you know, you have kind of a woman at the center of using this, and it's like he and I could never see. So it's something that has carried through with me to today when I think about technology and inclusion and bias and what gets made and what gets distributed and who makes those decisions. Yeah.
Your name, Isis, is also the name of a feminine Egypt god. Mm-hmm. How do you feel about it?
I feel great, despite current events or previously current events, but I've always, it's a very unique name, and it always gives me a chance to talk about, you know, who Isis was and why it was named after her, but I'm very proud to have the name, yeah.
Of course, it was an off-topic, but I have another off-topic. This morning, soon, you sent me a video, which my friend Angel is going to show. And at the first time when I saw this video, I was expecting some corporate video, some marketing video. And when I found what I found, I was going to call you to say, Isis, you mistake. This is not the video you pretended to send, probably. But then I saw that video until the end, and I am in love with this video.
Oh, wow. I hope I sent the right video. Let's see.
Women work.
Yes.
My name is Julie Auma Majale. That's my government name. My business is Aus Yoga. For those of you who know Aumas in your life, you call them Aus. So Auma, Aus Yoga. So Aus Yoga is first and foremost a well-being business, and it's based in the practice of yoga. So we're using yoga as the physical fitness, as the mental and physical well-being that we're going to be using to improve our fitness, improve our lifestyle. But yeah, as a business, especially as a young Kenyan business, the struggle is real between getting clients, between making sure that you're giving a product that people actually want and not just something you're personally passionate about, making sure that you have the necessary requirements, the statutory requirements. Am I paying KRA? Am I paying this? Am I paying that? It always seems like money is flowing out of your pocket and not enough money is flowing back in. So that was one of the challenges that had cash flow. Another one is in our internet, the social media. Like, it sounds so fun to say, like, yeah, you just open a page and then you post and then people like, and then ta-da. Hey, somebody lied. And I was wondering, why am I putting all these things and it's not coming back the way I'm thinking it's supposed to come back? How I came to learn about women work, and then more specifically the Digital Future Program. I was introduced to the Facebook group. I remember just somebody telling me, there's this group of women supporting each other, their businesses. I'm like, yes. Jumped in, and then for a long time it was just like conversations, people talking about businesses and like with tips, daily tips, and then every day there was something that they were doing. Like, this is a day for welcoming new participants. This is a day like, maybe you're talking about finance and like webinars. People are onto something. And then I thought, okay, I should really start taking advantage of this now that I'm actually thinking as a business owner. So I started like now even interacting more with other people on the group, meeting people on the group, having chats on the side. And that was really, really helpful, like just seeing somebody else with the same struggles. And then at some point they're like, okay, we have this new program, Digital Future Program. It's all about social media and how you're actually growing your impact, growing your reach. And I was like, thank you, Jesus, because I needed it. I recommend everyone take this program. Wherever you are, I think it's important to learn the tips that they have given us in this training so that you can use them to serve your best goal, your best future, where you want to be. If you can take this program, if you're in a position that you can take the program, please, please, please do it. Not just for you, but for your business and for where you want your business to be.
To communicate than the person who benefits from your work. That's what women work. That's the next generation internet in which I believe, and also you believe, of course. Please, Isis, tell us something more about women work.
Yeah, absolutely. It was enjoyable to watch that video again because in many ways it was, what Google was envisioning 10 years ago when we were making, access to the internet easier. But women work really was born out of this, kind of more broadly speaking, when you look at the African continent today, it's developing very quickly, but the markets are not equal. In fact, I was talking to someone earlier today about how different the markets are, over 50 countries. And so you have very advanced, technologically advanced countries like Kenya, where I live, and some other markets, and then you have a huge disparity both socioeconomically within countries, but also access to the internet and affordable access. It's mostly affordability that's the issue now. And as we kind of look to the future, and the digital economy is where all the governments focus, this is what we need to make happen. We have a huge amount of unemployment, so like 10, 12 million people per year enter the workforce across the continent, and we do not have 10 million jobs by any means. So there's a lot of, a growth, but a lot of challenge in terms of the size of the population and youthful population. And so when I look towards the digital economy, and at the same time, there's a lot of wealth being created. So last year, over $2 billion came into investing from venture capital, primarily from Europe and US, into Africa, into primarily 4 markets, the largest markets, and primarily to men, like 99%. And when you look at that, you see that, there's huge wealth being created already, will continue to be created, and where will women be in all of this, right? They're not the investors and they're not getting the money as founders. And so that's an element of it in the tech space, but more broadly, most of the businesses are like an SME, small businesses, is really where most of the jobs are being generated. And so my thinking in developing women work was to say, there's different efforts at different levels, but from a bottoms-up level, how do you actually give? And I really liked what Eve was saying earlier around the digital competency. So someone like her has the basic digital skills. She has digital skills, she's online, she has a computer, but the mindset and the capacity and competency to take her business to the next level using analytics, using, understanding, digitizing her business in different ways. That is where not a lot of people are focused. So a lot of the government effort is basic education, basic digital skills, or create as many software developers as we can. So we need both ends, but there's a lot in the middle. And that's where I think that if there isn't efforts like Women Work, that at the heart of it is a network, a digital network of women entrepreneurs who have offering peer-to-peer support, but also have access to very specific programming that we do. With that in mind, then they will have the kind of skills, ability, mindset to grow their businesses into the new economy, and not otherwise they'll be obsolete. And then you have kind of the tech-forward businesses that will ideally get the funding and actually be part of the wealth creation. But also, women tend to build businesses that serve other women, so better products being built, and they tend to hire more women as well. So you're also getting a lot of benefits from job creation, and in addition, women tend to kind of invest more into education in their communities. So there's a lot of benefits all around. And so that's at the heart of what we're trying to do. And also, and a lot of that is, I think, also was talked about yesterday by one of the speakers from, I think, the European Commission around awareness and understanding. And a lot of that is what we try to do with the communities, understanding all the opportunities there are from a digital perspective and ways that you can, expand your own knowledge and what you're doing. So I think that's the idea behind it, yeah.
Africa is a very vast and diversity continent, perhaps so vast as your project, but I would like to ask you, in which areas are you more focused, which kind of challenge do you see in the different parts of Africa?
I tend to focus, what I'm doing right now is very Kenya-centric, but with expansion, we're expanding into Ghana. Actually, we're kicking off something in Ghana. And I've done a lot of Pan-African work, so very interested and excited about expanding to other parts of the continent. But it is a very large continent, it is very diverse. So we have a lot of language, we have the Anglophone, we have the Francophone, Lusophone, and one Spanish-speaking country. So you have, it tends to follow the languages, right? The connections follow that way. The conferences tend to be around language. So with that, I have a lot of interest in expansion, but I think it's also important to understand what you're doing very well in a particular country, because it's such a big continent that you can kind of say that you're doing something Pan-African, and it's a bit of a vanity metrics or something, because it's not deep enough in terms of the actual impact. And a lot of what is hyper-localized. There's a lot of technology that's very global, but a lot of things are very, very contextual to how you run and operate a business in a particular market. But one of the encouraging things is there's been different, so Africa is also broken into different regional bodies, but there's, as of this year, the launch of the Continental Free Trade Act, which is designed to create one economy over time and be able to bring down a lot of the barriers of trade between countries. Because right now, if I want to go into Ghana, it's going to be more expensive. Yes, it's on the other side of the continent, but it's like the taxation and a lot of this friction that makes it hard. So we'll be, rolling out, there'll be a lot of rolling out of different incentives and reducing those barriers. So I'm quite excited for that, because it opens up a lot more opportunity for businesses and people to really trade and grow the African economy as a single economy over time. Yeah.
For your life, you know very well the model of development in the US, in Europe, probably in other parts of the world. But I ask you about the model of development that you desire for Africa, the development that is possible in 10, 20, 30 years. Difficult question.
Yeah, that's a very difficult question. I do think it really has to be underpinned by digital and technology. I just don't see, and I think that's where, that's where young people are excited about, driven, motivated by, and our population it's like the opposite of Europe and North America. It's like 60, 70% under the age of like 25. So it's really, really young. And that, and being able to use, how quickly people adapt. Someone will quickly talk about crypto, and crypto is actually quite big in Kenya, and no one, I guess technically no one was training their capacity around that, but there's certain things that move really fast. And so ensuring that people have the knowledge and the competency within digital to be real participants, I think is a huge avenue to development. Yeah.
Could it be possible that the next big startup, the next unicorn, will be born in Africa?
Yeah, definitely. There's several unicorns now, I think at least 5 or 6, mostly in fintech. And fintech, actually, Kenya is the home of fintech with M-Pesa, the beginning of it. But the unicorns are really out of Nigeria. And I think South Africa has a few as well.
So populated, so big country, Nigeria, in some way could be one of the motors of the development for continent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I invite the audience to think and make questions as soon as you want. In the meanwhile, I will continue speaking to ISIS. I am especially interested in the cultural diversity. I know that in Kenya the Swahili is an official language, and I don't know if you at Women Work cares this kind of cultural conditions, or English is the business way at all. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I mean, English is certainly the business language in, let's say, a conference like this in Nairobi would be in English, for sure. But then when you get to small businesses, the markets, then, Swahili for sure, and it's like the lingua franca because there's like 40-something different ethnic groups who all have their own language in addition to Swahili. So Swahili kind of ties everything together. And interestingly, as what many languages are not growing, Swahili is growing and becoming an official language in other parts of, beyond East Africa. So that's quite encouraging. Yeah.
Amazing. Any questions in the audience? Not by now? Yes. At the up. Up in there. Go on.
Yes, Africa is driving a lot of attention and building on also on Ana Maria presentation in the geopolitics arena, and one may think about a neo-colonization in digital terms as well. China is building a lot of cooperation projects and with a lot of success. Some people think that it might be a risk, other might be more in the opportunity side. I would like to know your opinion because also as a half American, but also a Kenyan, which has some projects with China. So, what is your opinion? And maybe, yes, what kind of suggestions may you bring to the policymakers that are here in the room, also for European policy in the digital, maybe especially in the digital.
Great question.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm glad you said in the digital because it's, there is a lot happening in different parts of the continent, including Kenya in that respect. I think I certainly see from a Kenya perspective that there's a lot of it's a very open country and very open to involvement from everywhere. So I think that the US has been very influential. Very strong ties to Silicon Valley. Europe, I think increasingly from venture capital, type of relationships and the proximity. And then China, I think Japan has actually been quite influential. A lot of the early stage investment, some of the most active early stage investors is actually a Japanese firm. But with China, there's been kind of this relationship with specifically Alibaba, investing in competitions to get young people to start technology companies. And so they've had a lot of strong interest, broadly speaking, around the continent. And that's where you've seen it. But I haven't seen, too much more, but from China specifically. But I don't think Kenya has, any kind of resistance, I would say, to any kind of partnership or investment that seems to be beneficial. And I think that in many ways, China doesn't, kind of really focus. That they focus more on the just purely economic aspect of something versus, the U.S. has other, perspectives that kind of come into engaging. I think that's the only thing around the dynamics, but otherwise it's pretty open.
Okay, that's enough. Any other question? How is working the world of the cryptocurrencies in Africa?
There's a lot of usage, and there's, I think, a lot of, governments trying to figure out what to do about it. But I think the user growth is certainly there and reduces, friction around currency. There's a lot of currency issues that we're having right now, and movement of money that's constrained otherwise. So that's where it's really coming from. Yeah.
My question was focused more in the lack of bank access in Africa and in the opportunities to make business and get funding and stimulate the commerce. And I don't know if you see new opportunities with these digital cryptocurrencies, and if you are working on it with your women.
Yeah, and not yet. I mean, interestingly, we just participated in a conference on digital assets and cryptocurrency recently, but not yet doing anything directly with the network. And I think there is a lot of, opportunity as well as apprehension, but also we have, in Kenya specifically, M-Pesa is our mobile money that we started back in 2007, but it has, over 30 million people use it. And like 20% of the GDP flows through it. So it is so easy to use, and it's just part of everyday life. And it's really when it kind of comes to kind of cross-border that other forms, are of interest. Yeah.
Okay. Is there any other question? Yes, Jan.
One. Okay. So just a brief one: rural versus big cities. What are the challenges for women?
Oh, for women? Yeah, so actually, good question. I think from an urbanization, roughly 20-30% of the continent's urbanized, but rapidly urbanizing. And so most people live in rural areas, and most people live in small towns or very rural areas. I think that a lot of the, I think benefits and advancement of women is more concentrated in cities, I would say. And so you don't have, even though many countries have really good laws around gender equality in different ways, it's not always kind of true everywhere. And so you do, I think some of the main challenges, depending on the countries you're in, is education levels. There'll be a huge disparity between girls and boys. And then, practices around, gender-based violence can also be, well, I'm not sure if it's rural that versus urban, but it's a real issue. And then just the burden of domestic work, right? So that the expectations of women in terms of everything, childcare, household, everything is disproportionately, on women, and so that also prevents as much participation in, I think, in rural areas in other forms of economic activities. Yeah.
Next question, please.
Yes, thanks, Isis.
Yeah.
I was wondering what about the gender gap in STEM and then ICT professionals in Kenya and an African context? Because of course, in Europe it's a big problem. We have about 9 million ICT specialists in Europe. 80% is male, and we need to get to 20 million by 2030. So of course we need women as well. But I wonder, because also you refer to it's a very young population.
Yeah.
Is there any difference? Do you see more hopes there to involve women in ICT jobs and ICT kind of specialists?
Yeah. there's a lot of effort. I mean, there's so many initiatives across different countries to increase the number of women in the programs. I think that, and then there's also been a growth in alternatives to university education. So pure, like companies like Andela, pure programming, and so you do programming, you know, for 2 years, and so there's, and I think there's some of the stats that show it's fairly, I don't know, 30–40%, but depending on which data you're looking at, of women coming in, but there's a huge amount of effort, but still, I would say for kind of what you see in the market is still mostly, you know, men, but a huge amount of effort, yeah.
Any other question? Yolanda, please.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Isis, for your participation and for everything that you're doing, because to me it is really important. And this reality is really important, and I would like to relate this to what Nena was mentioning at the beginning of the event, that right now we're building the internet and the internet of the future 10 years from now. And I wanted to relate this to citizen digital sovereignty under construction. And I would like for you to give us some brushstrokes of what you think in terms of long-term view, long-term vision. How are you helping them build their businesses and for them, because you're contributing for them to build up a business, but also you're contributing to the next generation internet, because we're going to have powerful women that are going to have a voice and a say. How is this going to affect the citizens' digital sovereignty, the fact that these women are going to be present in the internet?
I will make a short question related to our President Yolanda Rueda question. She refers to the matters that we have talked during these 2 days, like citizen digital models, digital sovereignty, and the role that women can have in the future, in 10 years in the future, related to the big topics that we have discussed during this EmpoderaLIVE. Which is your view, your personal view?
So it's of the topics we've discussed.
It's complex. It's quite complex. What is your personal view about the future of digital citizenship related with your project?
I think such a good question. But I think for me, it's the really the mindset and the awareness that that women can be real participants. Because I think right now it's more like technology is happening to people rather than, and that the real contributors and creators are only developers, right? And then there's for a lot of women who never had the opportunity or never had access, that's kind of the people over there, right? So but you have this mass here, and so being able to think about that there's this competency and skills that you can develop and have this mindset, like I think we talked about earlier, that we're always learning, right? The learning's not over, that you can kind of build this competency yourself. That for me is something that would be a huge kind of benefit, because then it's lifelong, and you're not feeling that there's this binary world of the technology people and then everybody else, which it generally feels like now. Yeah.
It's complex, but just your presence here in this meeting is very significant. So thanks in my name, in the name of Yolanda, and in the name of all EmpoderaLIVE. Perhaps is there any last question? Then I will make the last question. Where do women smile more, in California or in Kenya?
That's a tough one. I think people still smile in Kenya quite a bit. The good times and the bad, yeah.
That's what I need to hear. Thank you.
Gracias.
Regresar a la tierra.
Go back to Earth, continent of emotions, African equation. Go back to the bodily energy factors. Goodbye to the old portrait of absence, work, women, presence as a breath. Connect ourselves, they, Isis, you, we, Isis. ISIS.
Bueno, pues nada, da mucha pena, pero...
It's really a pity, but we are done. Thank you very much for all of you following us on streaming. Everything is going to be online, so you can listen to it and watch it anytime, and you can enjoy it as many times as you wish. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much to the speakers. You have given us so much, and you have given us your time to start with. And on top of that, also your experience, your knowledge, and so much more. And there's a little more to say. I'm taking lots of things back home with me, lots of energy. I've learned a lot, and I hope you have too. Because that's the main giveaways. And to finish off, big round of applause for the interpreters. And a big round of applause for Sonia. Come over. Please give it up for Sonia. She deserves a unique applause because she really makes me shiver sometimes. Also to the interviewers and moderators, please come out here. You also deserve a big round of applause for how you transmitted all your thoughts and feelings. And of course, thanks to all of you. And now we can have a picture taken, family picture, for all my team and for everyone. Thanks to all the team, because it's all teamwork, and it would be impossible to do all this without the rest of the team. Thank you. See you next year, 2023.
Thank you.